especially where you are going to use brakes under the base check, because brakes are uneven and you can have a movement. He made that critical observation in his presentation. The second part was when he talked about a heaped concrete, which creates a direct load on one member instead of spreading. That happened with the Uha bridge collapse in Port Elizabeth. Those were the exact findings. I would encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, those that are doing loading, in particular in their risk assessment, have a look at that presentation, because it covers a whole lot of critical issues. What I've noticed with most of the technical people with this knowledge, they may not be the best presenters, but the content that they bring is what is critical. I mean, they are not people who are trained in speaking in public. They speak the information that they know. To me, that presentation that was made by Mr. Mugeni, it was really, really critical. And it talks to each and every structural collapse that we had. One or two or more of his findings is what exactly we have found with the structural collapses. I'm just trying to sum up what happened yesterday when it comes to some of the issues that I personally read. Now, the other issue that was quite critical, that was raised a couple of times, was the issue of registration with SICP, and we noticed that the complaints are very similar. Things to do with fees, to do with exams. I don't know if you can strike against those who do their exams. I don't know, but it looks like you want to do that. But that exam is meant to check if you are competent. You know, sometimes I ask myself, if our people were in the health and safety industry, particularly in construction, there were to be in aviation, what will happen? But let's leave it. It's for another day. We did discuss yesterday, one of the managers in registration of construction, health and safety professions is here, and we had to call him, and I know you have a very busy schedule, Mr. Kubas, and nice seeing you today. He's in, and then we will be setting up that help desk. So we want really dwell into SICP's agreement that we will deal with them outside at a help desk station. The manager is here, and then some personnel will be manning that help desk. Now when you go there, you don't talk as masses. It's one person for themselves, and they help you as an individual. So we have endeavored to do that. So ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the Chief Inspector and the IG are going out. I take it that probably the Minister has arrived, but we have indicated that we will continue with the program, even though the Minister has arrived. The program shows that today we are starting with the ILO, International Labour Organization, and the presenter is Ms. Anne Lentini. Can we give her a round of applause as she's coming forward? She is quite involved in the recent work for construction. We've got various projects that we are launching, and in particular, ILO is reacting to what has happened in George. And I think she will give you that inside information for you to know what is happening. And I can tell you that George has attracted international attention. So we are not looking very well, South Africans. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning. All protocols observed. As have been introduced, from the International Labour Organization, I'm currently running a project in the construction sector for the Southern Africa, where we want to promote decent working conditions. So I'll be talking about what we have done, but also a bit about the ILO. So for those who don't know the ILO is a specialized agency of the United Nations. It has a mandate to advance social justice, to promote decent work, and which is built on foundations of tripartism and social dialogue. ILO brings together governments, employers, and worker organizations so that we can address the challenges in the world of work, of which occupational safety is one of them. But ILO also sets and monitors international standards in the world of work and collaborates with different partners to help realize the decent work agenda. Now, there are many foundations in decent work, and one of the foundations is the International Labour Standards themselves. The International Labour Standards are ILO legal instruments which are set out as principles for rights at work. They can either be conventions, in which case they are legally binding international treaties that can be ratified by member states, or they can be recommendations which serve as accompanying but non-binding guidelines. Member states always work in consultation with organized business, organized labor, to ratify the conventions, and then thereafter to formulate national laws and policies that govern different areas of life in the world of work. In this instance, where we are here of importance or relevance is Convention 155 of 203, which is on occupational safety and health and the working environment. There are many other conventions that relate to the construction sector. I'm just mentioning this one. This one has an accompanying recommendation which was put in place in 2006, and it is also helps in making guidelines about how governments can put up regulations in the country about how to manage the sector. Now, the way the conventions work is that governments formally register, and then they will come into force, and the governments have an obligation to report to the ILO committees. The first report, such report is required once the government ratifies the convention. In the first year, after 1 year, they are required to report. And thereafter, they can report periodically within 5 years. The ILO has a system for examining the implementation of all conventions which governments have ratified. And then there's always ongoing dialogue between governments and the ILO. As you may be aware, the ILO itself is comprised of member states globally. So they form the ILO, but also the ILO is an office and that manages the operations. Sometimes the ILO then works with member states to try to implement these conventions using what we call technical cooperation or development cooperation. And this kind of development cooperation, for example, is the project that I'm running in the construction sector in Southern Africa. We are piloting activities in South Africa itself, in Zimbabwe, and in Mozambique, and we are working with SADC. I'll say a bit more about it later. So, now, ILO defines decent work as an opportunity for work that is productive, that delivers a fair income, that has security in the place of work, and that affords social protection for all. Work that offers prospects for personal development, and work that allows for social integration, freedom for people to express their own concerns and to organize and participate in decisions that affect their lives. Decent work also is considered work that offers equality and equity of opportunity for everybody, both women and men. Now, there are many foundations. I said one of them was international standards. The other one is to ensure a social contract with a human-centered approach. So the ILO promotes a human-centered approach to running business. Why? It's because humans and colleagues who spoke yesterday said a lot about it. But you can have all the equipment, you can have all the technology, you still need human beings to make things work, to make sure results come out. So the social contract with the human-centered agenda is a vision that seeks to transformation towards a future of work that affords equity, security, equity of opportunity, while expanding human freedoms. It is a vision that supports people through transitions, because as people we are never stationed in one job, we normally move, but even in that movement we need to be supported. A human-centered approach is a vision that leverages demographic opportunities so that we can contribute to a lifelong active society. And Africa has got a lot to do in the area of demographic opportunities, considering that we have very young populations. The other foundation is responsible business conduct. So, responsible business conduct from the ILO perspective is a set of principles that are addressed to multinationals and national enterprises and governments and of the host countries and home countries. It is addressed to employers and work organizations so that it can provide guidance on how they manage employment in their entities, how they manage training, which is human development, how they manage conditions of work and industrial relations, as well as other general policies at business level that relate to managing people, but that also interface with sector policies and regulations. This is a guideline that is founded on the principles of the international standards, and it is contained in a document called the MNE Declaration, which is an ILO instrument that provides guidance on how to develop social policy, inclusive, responsible, and sustainable workplace practices. Another foundation, further talking about the responsible business conduct, as we all know that enterprises contribute to economic development and social development through job creation, through skills development and technology, and the provision of goods and services. But sometimes business practices can have negative repercussions on people, on the environment, and on society, and then ultimately on the business itself. So, integrating responsible business practice beyond corporate social responsibility can significantly improve the performance and increase contribution to a country's economic and social progression and the realization of decent work for all. We always promote a human-centered approach to whatever we are doing. Put people first, and then you will see that things work well. We promote a win-win situation, and we think that decent work creates that win-win and mutually beneficial outcome for all players involved, the main players being government, but the employers and the workers. And why? Because the workers that provide the labor, they can have an improved and rewarding productive working experience. The enterprises that provide capital can have an increased productivity and enterprise competitiveness. And the government that regulates business practice, and that is the main duty bearer towards people, can have expanding inclusive economic growth, and that it can have its benefits coming to the larger population. But why should we apply decent wage principles? That's because the way people are treated and managed, and the way they communicate and cooperate with each other is central to the productivity and competitiveness of an enterprise, and also to maintaining good relations, both within the enterprise itself, but also with other partners. The human factor in business is very important. That's because the knowledge and creativity and drive which is embodied in the employees is what enables enterprises to make use of their physical capital and their technologies so that they can effectively and efficiently meet the needs of customers and therefore remain competitive and relevant to the market. Because if we remove people, then the equipment, without somebody with the knowledge that we have that is needed, cannot make any progress in what they are doing. Most of the accidents that we have been talked about, there was some human factor there. So we need a worker that is an all-round worker that has got stability at work. So for the ILO, when you talk about decent work, it's a whole lot of things, of which occupational safety and health is but a part. But the mindset, the well-being, and our colleague also talked about it yesterday, it's the well-being of the person in every aspect. They must be at peace when they are working. And that must be of interest to the government, that must be of interest to business, and of interest to the workers themselves. Now, I said that I work for a project, and I'll talk a bit about that project, which is trying to promote decent work in the construction sector in Southern Africa. I would also like to just bring your attention to say that sometimes when we look at the construction sector, we might look at only large business, but we also need to explore what is happening in the sector as a whole. So, what is ILO doing to help them explore lasting solutions? We try to work with governments to pilot innovative solutions. And once we pilot, we put together lessons, and then those lessons, it is up to governments to decide whether it's something that can integrate or not. So in that regard, we are working in partnership with the SADC Secretariat and member states, mainly, like I said, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique, to explore opportunities that can drive lasting improvements in productivity of enterprises in the construction sector and in the way the construction sector manages its human capital. We are raising awareness among member states in the SADC region and among the key players on the factors that are limiting compliance with labor rights and that impact on the productivity of workers and therefore the productivity of the enterprise itself. We are documenting good practice and sharing it. We want to inform the policy and regulatory and strategy adjustments in member states. And through the structures, we want to promote a debate, but also to advocate for corrective measures and actions so that there can be improved compliance for the workers, but also improved productivity for the enterprises. Like I said earlier on, we need a win-win situation, otherwise we are all losing. So what is that approach we are using? We are using what we call a systemic approach to, and which is evidence-based in developing these pilot interventions, where we are asking what are the main challenges in decent work in the construction sector and the issues that challenge productivity, but also more importantly, what are their root causes? We want to find out who are the actors in the value chain, those actors that may be the ones that are most susceptible to creating the problems, and we want to find out what are the incentives, what are the capabilities that they need to address the challenges that they face. We want to find out where are the opportunities for catalytic interventions that can address the root causes and that can help with this issue of low productivity sector and poor working conditions, which are ultimately, or to a certain extent, the causes of the challenges that we see, including the accidents. So, we started with the construction sector under the microscope. We wanted to find out what are the main decent work and productivity challenges, who is affected, who is involved, and what we found is that those that are affected, involved, or sometimes causes of some of the problems are those vulnerable workers, vulnerable defined as those that are low skills, vulnerable defined as those that have short-term contracts, or vulnerable defined as new entrants to the labor market. We also found that this challenge happens mostly among SMEs. And we wanted, and the workers that they employ. Now we did a further analysis and said, so within the value chain of construction, where are the SMEs? And sometimes when you look at the value chain, you may not see the SMEs, but then in further analyzing, and I think you are all aware, you are in the sector, most of the SMEs are subcontractors, and sometimes subcontractors of subcontractors. So once we identified them, then we did a further research. I just want to put the South African context to this situation, which I think you know better than me possibly. Firstly, that the construction sector is fifth in terms of employment creation. Secondly, that when you look at SMEs in terms of size, the construction sector is third. But more importantly, that I was talking about people. Where are the employees? Where are the largest number of employees? Where should we go to help address the problem? And you will see that among the small and micro enterprises, they have got 54.8 employees. We are saying that we need to address the issues that are facing people. We need to address the issue of decent work. We need to address the issue of skills. We need to address the issue of competence. But where are the people we should be addressing? And then the medium enterprises, they employ 23%. Collectively, these entities employ 78% of the workers in the construction sector. If we want to address the problems, we need to look at this whole spectrum. If we focus only on large entities, we are dealing with a very small number of workers. So the project which I'm talking about, they decided to focus on this aspect of the SMEs. And then we were asking questions, and we asked what was the subsector that is an issue. What is the subsector of the construction sector that is an issue? Then we asked the question, why is the market, which is the construction market, not working? How is it not working? We wanted to find the root cause of the problem. And this analysis started with the core market in the act of construction. And remember, we said we wanted to focus on SMEs, so we were looking at the relationship between SMEs and their clients, or their clients could be the people they are building for, but also the main contractors with their clients. if we want to find a solution, we cannot concentrate only in the sector itself, because the sector interacts with other entities. So we looked at what are the rules and regulations that govern how the sector works. So macro level issues. What are the guidelines? Are these guidelines trickling down to this group of entities, the micro, small, and medium enterprises, and the workers they employ? In our analysis, they also looked at what are the support functions, because the sector will not work in itself in isolation. It needs proper regulations, and every member, every participant in the sector, including SMEs, needs to know them to access them. Beyond the regulations, they need support systems. So what is these SMEs accessing this support system that helps them improve the way they perform, improve the way they work, address the challenges that in turn create further challenges in the sector. Some of the findings that we had, I think some of them were raised yesterday, that the sector has got low entry barriers. It's a good thing, but it's not always a good thing. It means that anybody can come in. Someone said that yesterday. The competent and the non-competent. And because they can, both the competent and the non-competent can enter the sector, both as enterprises and as workers. Because the construction sector is one of those few sectors where you can enter with zero skill. You can get a job, but you can also come in as a highly qualified engineer. There are not many sectors like that. And that sometimes is okay, sometimes it's not okay. So low entry barriers means that the sector is characterized with some decent deficits and low productivity due to a number of issues, lack of knowledge being just one of them. And this keeps many workers locked in unsafe, precarious, and informal environments, and it keeps many SMEs locked in low productivity operations. But when we just see them, we just see an enterprise which looks well established. And then as main contractors, we contract them. We don't know their competences. And unfortunately, sometimes we know their competences, or their lack of competence when something wrong happens. So we then put these SMEs again further under their control. First we were looking at the sector as a whole. Now we are looking at the sector from the perspective of the SMEs. What are the issues in the rules and regulations as they relate to the SMEs? How are the support functions in the rules and regulations as they relate to SMEs? And we found a couple of issues that needed attention. In procurement, we found issues, I'll talk about that a bit. In the way they get inspected, we found issues. In the way social protection is administered, we found issues. We found issues in the way they deal with issues of workers' compensation. One of the things that we put out was that issue of how the SMEs manage their human resource. Because that is the source, it's a large part of the problem that is happening. So we extracted human resource to look at it as a market system in itself. And then we looked at the relationship between the workers and the SMEs that employ them. Because the employment market system has got different rules and regulations, it has got different support systems. So when we checked also, we saw that there were issues with employment contracts, issues with worker protection, issues with compliance, but also, like I said, with the way they are inspected. We found issues with representation. Workers who don't know that someone can speak for them. Workers with no voice. We found issues with skills development in a number of ways. I'll speak a bit about that in a while. So these issues, they reflect on how the construction sector is happening. I said earlier on that the SMMEs, they employ about 87% of the workers. So if this 87% have got a challenge, it doesn't matter how much the 20% plus do, we need to make sure that we address the whole sector. So some of the root causes we found was this issue of procurement. Now, what we established was that from the procurers, procurement is price-based. Those who bid the lowest get the job. But bidding the lowest sometimes means people put cuts on the way they manage their workers. Because I can't easily cut cement and steel. It's going to show. So people cut on expenses that they are supposed to spend on workers. So procurement is a big issue. And in our solutions, we are saying what can be done. I'll talk a bit later, something about that. So that affects the enterprises themselves because they bid lower, and therefore when they come to perform, there are limitations. It also affects the workers because then the enterprise cannot provide decent working conditions. And ultimately it will affect the work that is being done. We also established challenges that there's very limited knowledge and understanding in the construction sector about the benefits of making sure that you provide decent working conditions for all. That there's limited access to relevant business development services. There's quite some training on technical issues of construction, but there's not much training on management of human resource, on issues of employee wellness and well-being, and the link between that and the productivity of the worker, and ultimately the productivity and competitiveness and relevance of the enterprise on the market. And also because of the nature of the sector, we found a lot of informal operations that escape a form of legal visibility or macro level visibility, and therefore we can't inspect them, we don't know where to find them. But they form part of the construction sector, and they've got a lot of workers, and when accidents happen, it reflects. The workers themselves have got limited knowledge of their own rights. They are afraid to say what they see, or they don't know where to go and report. They've got limited access to training. Some are skilled, but they don't know that they can get confirmation of their certification of skills. Because if someone has got third-party certification, then an employer knows that they're employing a qualified person. So those are challenges we saw. There's a lot of information in the sector. Short-term contracts means that these SMEs do employ people who are not very competent. There's what we saw in the, especially in the small and micro enterprises, is that they've got limited access to regularized inspection. And because they've got labor inspection, and because they've got limited access, it means that workers continue working in conditions of vulnerability. And I think someone mentioned it yesterday, there's this gender and age-based barriers to entering the sector and to stay in the sector once you have entered the sector. So we, as a project, we are piloting some things. We are piloting activities that are targeted at changing systems so that we can address the capacity limitations, but also incentive gaps of the key players. We want to see a change and improve business practice in the issues that I raised. We want to see enhanced business relations among different actors. I think the program director said that is one of the purposes of this conference. I think the more the different actors interact, the better solutions we are going to have. And then we want that ultimately we are going to improve the adherence with labor rights. That will lead to productive workers with improved livelihood, and that, if you go back to the same I said, will benefit the enterprise itself in terms of productivity, competitiveness, and it will benefit the country in itself in the sense that it can see that the sector is producing employment, but it is producing employment that is decent. So we have got a number of activities that we are undertaking. I will not say much in all of them, but we are working with trade unions to see how they can extend their representation and train workers on issues of labor rights, on issues of occupational safety and health, because we have also heard a lot about how workers receive PPE but say it means that they don't understand the importance of these things. We are working on issues of social protection, looking at it at the level of micro and small and medium enterprises. How can small enterprises understand this importance and make the relevant payments? Then the issue of procurement, contracting. We have started discussions here with the Ministry of Public Works, but in Zimbabwe we have advanced very well. How can we demonstrate that the procurement authorities must demand a detailed costing on the labor issues? What is that bulk figure covering? So that you know whether once you contract with subcontractor, they're going to be able to produce those, to make sure that their workers are working in safe working environments. We are also working with the Department of Employment and Labor on how can we enhance inspection of these small workplaces, what we call strategic compliance in terms of inspection. And then how can we improve case management so that people know where to report if there's something wrong. Reporting not only by workers, but also by communities. So the people who are just in the general vicinity of the construction site, they can be part of the accident if the accident happens. So they need to know something. So the campaign we are raising, which we are going to be undertaking in George and Cape Town, is to raise that awareness to the community, to SMEs, and to the workers, so that they know what general information, but also they know where to go, where to report, where to seek support if they need it. As I said earlier on, we are looking beyond the pilot countries. So once we do all this, we are harvesting everything, taking it to the SADC Secretariat, to the SADC region, and we are doing this through knowledge sharing, through providing some training programs, and then we are presenting at the SADC structures, at the SADC meeting of technical experts, and the SADC meeting of ministers, because we want to create a drive for more decent working conditions in the construction sector. And my last presentation is why are we doing this pilot? We want to understand what are the drivers of what is happening, but also what are the interests in the sector, what are the motivations, how can we build and communicate value to the players, or how can we create a business case that if you do these things, you are going to have mutually beneficial outcomes. We also want to catalyze action. So as a project, we invest in what we call pilot activities. And we draw lessons from the pilot activities, share with our partners, the government entities, the organized labor, organized business, and therefore the project becomes a safe place for the sector wanted to pilot something to see what works and possibly to integrate those things which they think they work. We want to promote that there's early penetration of these innovative ideas and behavior change. We want to promote adaptation and crowding in. So it mustn't just be with a few, but it must be with many more. We want to also make sure that this moves to what we call non-competing actors. Again, someone said this yesterday. It's not just about the contractors themselves. What about the suppliers? What about those who provide other services in the sector? If we raise the voice and everyone knows, then we will see change. We'll see visible change. We want people to respond to the innovations, people to make sure that those new practices that improve the sense of employment in the sector, labor productivity, operational services, these things become the norm in the sector, and not just that they are one-off items, maybe only with large contractors, maybe only with certain pockets, but this becomes a norm and that everybody knows what they need to do. And this is where I end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franklin, for the presentation. As we are preparing for the Chief Inspector to come forward, we have noted the presence of the Honorable Minister of the Department of Employment and Labor. She's in our presence. Now we'll go to the presentation by the Chief Inspector. As we are preparing that presentation, I have noted things that I will make comments on later when engaged on questions, session of questions and answers, especially the issue of competency. In South Africa, to be politically correct, we don't say incompetent, we say not yet competent. We have hope that you will be competent. And then we say not yet competent, not even incompetent. You know, South Africa is alive with possibilities. And then the issue of procurement, very, very critical. The issue of procurement, very, very critical. And the issue of bills of quantities, the bulk figure, what does it entail? We'll engage on that. Let me now welcome on stage. Maybe before I welcome on stage, let's give a round of applause to everyone. Ms. Reiters, over to you. Injuries and illness prevention. Ms. Reiters is the National Chief Inspector of Occupational Health and Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Mapa. Good morning, Honorable Minister, the Inspector General, the acting head of the Gauteng province, my fellow colleagues in the form of the PCIs as well as the senior specialists, to the registrar. You are here today again, the registrar of the SACPCMP under the Department of Public Works. So, and to the fellow delegates, within our minister, we do have occupational health and safety managers, agents, practitioners. We have about 550 people here today, of which 350, Minister, is plus is external people. We had a very overwhelming response. We had to turn away more than 150 people because the construction sector is hungry for information and to partner with us as the Department of Employment and Labor. My presentation will be brief, and who was here yesterday? Can I just see by a show of hands? Okay, the ball was here yesterday, but I see there's people that didn't raise their hands. So yesterday's presentations, if you followed yesterday's presentations, there's a golden thread throughout all the presentations and the speeches. So yesterday's presentations also spoke about the fact that it's important to prevent. For the next 5 years, under our occupational health and safety strategy, we want to prevent injuries and diseases. We are going to be more proactive. So I am going to be speaking about the Injury and Illness Prevention Program, which is very important. We know that occupational health and safety plays a vital role in decent work. You cannot have decent work when you have workers whose health and their safety are impacted. So it's critical in decent work. We know that there are physical conditions as well as mental demands of workers, and today we are focusing on the construction sector, that impacts on the health and the safety of our workers. Occupational diseases, colleagues, continue to plague our country and our economy. And we have the right people in the room today to make sure that we prevent injuries and diseases. So we need to strive to eliminate injuries and diseases. One injury is one injury too many. One disease is one disease too many. You'll be hearing this a lot over the next 5 years. We are on our way to zero. We are not saying it's a road, we are saying it's a route. Because there's a difference between a road and a route. A route is like a highway. Roads you can have gravel roads, etc. So we have a plan, and over the next 5 years, when we evaluate our occupational health and safety strategy that we will be launching tomorrow, we need to be able to see tangible results in order for us to ultimately eliminate injuries and diseases. I've indicated to Mr. Supan from the Compensation Fund that we need to make sure the Compensation Fund doesn't have work to do. I'm struggling to exchange my slides. Can you kindly just help me? It's taking time to change. So, the ILO spoke before us. Okay, thank you. It's not working. Apologies. The ILO spoke before us, and we know that in June of 2022, the ILO declared occupational health and safety as a fundamental right. You'll also be hearing us speaking about it a lot over the next 5 years. So, because occupational health and safety is a fundamental right, we also need to prevent injuries and diseases. We as a country have ratified Convention 155 and also 187. So we have been working towards reducing injuries and diseases, but we have not done enough. The ILO indicated that more men than women die because of work-related injuries and diseases. And we know that in the construction sector, it's predominantly males that work there. So our males, you need to ensure that health and safety is a priority. The ILO further indicated that the agricultural sector, the construction sector, forestry, fisheries, and manufacturing is the most hazardous sector, where 200,000 fatal injuries per year comes from this particular sector. That is 63% of all fatal occupational injuries. So the construction sector globally is a problematic sector and is a high-risk sector. That is why we are focusing on the construction sector and also agriculture and manufacturing. We also need to look at fishing going forward. So one fatal injury is one fatal injury too many. And we heard yesterday, there are people that are dying on a daily basis due to exposure to hazardous conditions. So the status of occupational health and safety, we still have gross non-compliance with our occupational health and safety legislation. Workers die due to workplace injuries and diseases. And the pain and suffering of losing a loved one affects thousands of workers each year. In addition, we have avoidable incidents. It is avoidable. What has happened over this particular year in the construction sector is avoidable. Even yesterday when we had the presentation on collapses, etc., it is avoidable. And we have the right people in the room. We have the people that are responsible for health and safety, be it an employer, be it an employee, be it that you are a professional in your own right. We need to change, colleagues. We need to make sure that injuries and diseases that cost money to government and organizations, that we reduce injuries and diseases when we prevent it ultimately. Just in the first quarter of this financial year, we have found that 34% of employers in this in the country are not compliant. We have enforced in the first quarter for occupational health and safety over 78.6 million rand, the compensation fund. That is when people are not registered with the compensation fund. So you can see there's a culture of non-compliance here in the country. And there is a need for us to prevent injuries and diseases. In the presentation just that 78% of all in South Africa, all the workers are in SMMEs and in the informal economy. We do have very beautiful health and safety management systems and people that are appointed in our big companies, but the SMMEs and the informal economy, like we talked about the bucket builders, etc., they make up 78% of the construction sector, as the ILO has indicated. So we need to ask ourselves as practitioners, what are we going to do to assist SMEs and the informal economy to prevent injuries and diseases? Over the last 5 years, delegates, a total of 598,000 plus claims were registered with the compensation fund. 500,000. 5 years, 500,000 claims were registered. And we all know that there is underreporting when it comes to claims. So more than 500 people have gone to the compensation fund and they have said that they have contracted the disease or have gotten injured. We need to ask ourselves the question, this 500,000 people, are 500,000 people too many that have gotten injured, that died, that contracted the disease, that might be disabled for the rest of their lives, when we who are seated in this room need to make a difference? You can see in 2022-2023, it is where the highest number of claims was registered with the compensation fund. The compensation fund and FEM will do a presentation later in the program. But for the compensation fund, a total of 20.7 billion rand, 20.7 billion rand was spent in the last 5 years towards injuries and diseases. We need to ask ourselves the question, the 20.7 billion rand was spent in compensation benefits. How can we utilize as a country this 20.7 billion rand that was spent? Then there are hidden costs associated with accidents, injuries, and diseases. We talk about 20.7 billion rand, but there is almost double 20.7 billion rand that gets lost in hidden costs. Productive time lost, where you can't continue with your business for a period of time. I'll make an example. We were at Kuga Steel in 2 weeks ago. At Kuga Steel, they closed down for 3-4 months. After the incident that happened there was an explosion and they had fatalities. 3 months. Kuga Steel couldn't continue with the operations. How much have they lost? A lot more than what we are paying out as the compensation fund benefits. interrupted. There's time that is lost. 3 months of closing, there's time that is lost. There's reduced morale of workers. I had the privilege of being on site after the George collapse. And we found that there was people who were demoralized during that particular week when they were trying to retrieve the bodies. Also, increased compensation rates. Mr. Supin will be speaking about compensation as well as FEN. If you injure workers and workers get occupational diseases, rates get increased. And on top of the big administrative burden, when we have more than 30 people that pass, and a lot of people that get injured. So, delegates today, the direct costs and indirect costs. Ms. Huna yesterday showed an iceberg, is a motivation for change. We cannot have more than 500,000 people that registered claims for injuries and diseases. We can't have the compensation fund paying out more than 20 billion from 2019. We need to change. We need to proactively prevent injuries and diseases. So the ILO has a strategy, 2024 to 2030. And the goal of the ILO is to prioritize the well-being of workers globally. And that is in line with the ILO's dedication to social justice. We have been working with the ILO since 2009 on the status of occupational health and safety in the country. And we found it was presented, it was launched, it was presented, the report, that there are major challenges in South Africa when it comes to occupational health and safety. It is costing the economy, it is impacting the lives of people. That is why we, as the Department of Employment and Labour, worked with the ILO to draft a strategy that will be launched tomorrow at Empress Palace. So the ILO have identified 3 main areas, and those 3 main areas that they have identified is in line with the 5 strategic objectives that the Inspector General spoke about yesterday. So like I said, there's a golden thread throughout yesterday and today, so that we leave here informed. We leave here with vigor and zeal and zest to go and make a change to prevent injuries and diseases. So, this is the 5 strategic priorities. Is the slide familiar, colleagues? You saw it yesterday. We should actually have waited, and if we had time, we should have taken the microphone and have gone to specific people for them to indicate what is the 5 strategic priorities of occupational health and safety for the next 5 years, and we would have seen if people were listening. So please do note these are our 5 strategic priorities: coherent and effective legislation, advocacy, cooperation, capacity strengthening. Today we are busy with pillar number 2, although our strategy has not been launched. We've been doing some of the work. Labor inspection and enforcement. You have seen us doing a lot of work in this particular area. Also, occupational health and safety management systems. We spoke about it yesterday. Having a big file, Minister, when you go to a construction site, there's a big file that says the health and safety management system. When you open the file, Minister, you'll find that the company name and the company that you are inspecting is not the same company. Because health and safety practitioners, and I'm speaking to you today as health and safety practitioners, they go and sell files, ready-made files. 2 people in the construction sector, the agricultural sector is very rife in the agricultural sector, where people can't speak to the file that was created. So yesterday, we spoke about, I think Ms. Mapa mentioned the construction regulations, where we want to move away from a big safety file. And we are going to make sure that operational health and safety management systems, it's not just a lip service or eye service that when an inspector comes, you show them when they ask you, what is your risks in this particular area? What is your hazards? What is your risks? How have you rated them? They don't know. We question the workers, Minister. The workers does not know. So we need to move away from making money. And I'm speaking to the OHS practitioners because I am also a person with health and safety related qualifications. We should make sure that we move away from it. We contribute to that 500,000 plus people that have registered a claim for injuries and diseases. We are contributing to the 20 plus billion rand that the compensation fund has paid out over the last 5 years. If we do what we are supposed to do, I've indicated the compensation fund should not have work to do. The money of the compensation fund can be plowed back into prevention, programs, etc. So we need to make sure that we have proper health and safety management systems. The Occupational Health and Safety Bill is currently under review. And those that gave inputs into the public comment will know that it is very explicit health and safety management systems. So we have a keen interest and a focus on prevention. And you can only do prevention if you've done a proper occupational health and safety risk assessment. Strategic objective number 5 that the IG spoke about yesterday is strategic information. We know that we cannot prevent if we do not have strategic information. I believe Ms. Una spoke about it yesterday. We have the practitioners that are reporting to us on a 6-monthly and an annual basis with results when it comes to occupational hygiene. Why do we do that? So that we can have the necessary information, and when we have the information, we are able to channel our resources, limited resources as the inspectorate. We only have 650 OHS inspectorate in the whole country. Thanks to CF, we were 100. CF has given us 500 more. So we need to channel our resources, and we can only do so through strategic information, proactive research. I know that we have academia here. I know that Professor Zungu from UP is here. Tomorrow we will also work at our the launch tomorrow. We will also be having some of the academia. The reason why we need the academia is because of proactive research, data collection. There's work we're doing with the NIOH also on data, so that we can channel our resources and our time correctly. Our high-risk sectors, as I've indicated, 3 of our high-risk sectors is also the global high-risk sectors of the ILO, which is, for us, is iron steel, which is manufacturing, construction, chemical, and agriculture. So the construction sector, we need to see a change. What have we done as the Department of Employment and Labor over a period of time? You can see, we have signed accords before. We had an accord that was signed way back in 2002. How much? That's 20 years ago. Tomorrow, we will be signing an accord. There's iron steel, there's construction, there's etc., where we want to bring people together. So we have the sectorial accord, and then we have the foundational accord. These are some of the interventions that we have. Advocacy like this costs us a significant amount of money anytime. Why do we invest in it? Because as the 3 pillars of IES, which is advocacy, education, capacity building, inspections, and ultimately enforcement, we want to prevent injuries and diseases. So it is important for us to ensure that we prevent, and there are benefits to the prevention. Workers suffering fewer injuries, illnesses, fatalities. We also have your compliance with labor law. And then also we have preventative programs. You will then be able to have financial benefits. We have a huge problem with the informal economy that places a burden on the healthcare system, which is our hospitals, where a bed needs to be chosen between a person that has gotten injured and somebody that needs a bed urgently because they are sick. So we need to ensure that we prevent injuries and diseases. Today, to work together. As government departments, we have public works that we're working very closely with. We have CF, RMA, FEM. FEM is also outside, having a store. FEM does a lot of work with us in the construction sector. We work together to prevent injuries and diseases. Even the event that we're having tomorrow is fully funded by RMA and FEM as a sign of their commitment to prevent injuries and diseases. So, organized business, you are here. We need to prevent and we need to work together. Organized labor, you are here. We need to prevent and we need to work together. I know that Mr. Lukedeni is here. He was a former advisory council of the ministers member. The term came to an end at the end of August, and he's a member in all business. We need to collaborate to prevent injuries and diseases. So, there's a saying that collaboration divides the task and multiplies the success. So we want to divide the tasks, delegates, to make sure that we collaborate with you to divide this task of a road to zero injuries and diseases, so that we can multiply the success together. So, in conclusion, you need to adopt an injury and illness prevention program based on sound, simple principles. We need to also ensure that the strategy which we will be launching tomorrow at Emperor's Palace, that it gets implemented and that we hold each other accountable. Because our strategy needs collaboration. In order for us, for our success to multiply, we need you. So we have our social partners that will be participating tomorrow. We also have RMA, FEM, and the compensation fund that is pledging their commitment to assist us with the prevention of injuries and diseases. We have upcoming events, like I said tomorrow. We have the OHS Prevention Accord. The last accord was signed in 2002. And also we will be launching the strategy, which you already have seen the 5 pillars. Then we have the Decent Work in Construction program that the ILO spoke about. They have a donor, it's also fully funded. It will be 29th of October and the 1st of November in George and in the Western Cape, where we will be having the campaign. We have Western Cape here. They are also on board, our Western Cape Department of Labour in this particular project. Mr. Mapa is the coordinator from the Department of Employment and Labour side when it comes to decent work in construction that Ms. Lintini spoke about. Then we have our national conference in November, where we'll be focusing on underwater. You know, we have the diving regulations. And then we have the national conference in the manufacturing sector, where I focus on iron and steel. So, my parting shot is, we are on a route to zero injuries and diseases. And we cannot do it alone. We need you. Collaboration assists us to multiply success. Thank you, Jefferson.
Thank you, Ms. Reiters. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having a keynote address from our Honorable Minister of the Department of Employment and Labour, that is Honorable Minister Meth. She will be coming to the floor to deliver an address. I will ask you as protocol to stand and give her a round of applause.
and good morning to you. Let me greet my Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Sibia in absentia, who was with you yesterday. The Acting Director General, Mr. Gwendolyn, also in absentia. The Inspector General, Ms. A.E. Moilo, with the entire delegation of the senior management of the department, in particular the Inspectorate branch, the Registrar of South African Council for the Project and Construction Management Profession, the representatives of organized labor, organized business, professionals, all our OSHA's inspectors and officials of the department, the ministry led by the advisor, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all this morning in the wonderful name of the Department of Employment and Labor. I think this name is wonderful, even more wonderful after yesterday's event, where I listened to the president of the African National Congress. It was the cap that he was wearing in the event I attended last night. Was that of being the president of the ANC. When he commended and complimented the great work that is done by the Department of Employment and Labor, in particular, the Inspector of the Department. So, today, as we gather on this second day of the Occupational Health and Safety Conference under the theme enhancing construction health, and it is important to reflect on the strategic socio-economic importance of this sector, which encompasses manufacturing and trade related to building, repairing, renovations, and maintenance of infrastructure. The National Infrastructure Plan in 2022 envisages an injection of up to more than 2 trillion rand into infrastructure development over the next few years. On the occasion of the opening of the 7th Parliament in July 2024, His Excellency President Ramaphosa elaborated on the need to forge a new inclusive growth path for South Africa in pursuance of a massive investment in infrastructure. This is what he said about the construction sector. Quote, from our largest metros to our deepest rural areas, we have a clear intention to turn our country into a construction site as roads, bridges, houses, schools, hospitals, and clinics are built, as broadband fiber is laid, and as new power lines are close to it. It is clear that this sector provides the backbone of economic growth, whose activities support national, regional, and local economy. These range from a variety of low to high capital intensive activities that address infrastructure gaps, resulting to, among others, economic growth and job creation, improve quality of life and social outcomes, enhance competitiveness and business attractiveness, increase foreign investment, environmental sustainability and protection, social inclusion and poverty reduction, improve public health and safety, and increased government revenue. South Africa's construction industry, despite the challenges, is expected to grow steadily with a projected compound annual growth rate of 2% during 2024 to 2028, with the country's construction output expected to reach 190.6 billion rand by 2028. Okay. The degree is this time to tell them the I'm a Christian as business now. What is Ladies and gentlemen, despite the sector's importance already outlined, is among the top 3 with the highest rate of work-related injury risk profiles due to the unseasonably intense trend of high incidents and incidents. We have no option but to shine the spotlight on this sector. Health hazards in construction include ergonomic stresses such as bending, repetitive movement and vibration, environmental stresses caused either by heat, sun, noise, poor illumination, wet or damp work, skin and respiratory exposure to chemicals and dust, as well as mental-related stress among managers, supervisors, and workers. These others can cause occupational and work-related diseases, which are defined as diseases caused by exposure to occupational hazards encountered in the course of work carried out under a contract or employment. According to the International Labour Organization, it is estimated that 60,000 fatalities occur at construction sites every year globally. Even with these established exposures for occupational injuries and diseases in the construction industry, there is a lack of surety of data and data sources for occupational diseases in particular, and thus lack of epidemiological data of occupational diseases in the construction sector. Thank you so much. We envisage that the Department of Employment and Labor can contribute massively in closing some of the data gaps by making available on a frequent basis the inspections data. In South Africa, occupational and environmental health and safety for the construction industry is regulated in the main by the Department of Employment and Labor through the Occupational Health and Safety Act No. 85 of 1993 and associated regulations. The OHS Act places obligations on employers, including agents and contractors, to ensure the health and safety of employees. These include baseline risk assessment before any site works and the notification of construction work to the Department of Employment and Labor. South Africa has robust laws and regulations in place to ensure the safety and health of workers on construction sites. Primarily, our framework includes the Occupational Health and Safety Act and regulations under the construction regulations. Key health and safety regulations in construction are risk assessment and management. Construction sites must conduct regular risk assessments and implement measures to mitigate identified hazards. 2. Appointment of health and safety officers. Larger construction sites are required to appoint qualified health and safety officers to oversee compliance with safety regulations. 3. Employee training. Workers must receive appropriate training on health and safety practices, necessary PPE to all workers. 5. Emergency preparedness. Construction sites must have emergency procedures and equipment in place, including first aid kits and trained personnel. 6. Reporting of incidents. All health and safety incidents must be promptly reported and documented as stipulated by OHS. Implementing safety practices on construction sites by creating a safety culture, establishing a culture of safety is crucial, where every employee is aware of their role in maintaining a safe work environment. Regular safety audits and inspections. Conducting regular audits and inspections ensures ongoing compliance and identifies potential areas of improvement. Engagement of all stakeholders involving everyone from top management to site workers in safety discussions and training is essential for effective implementation. On the importance of compliance, legal compliance means if then you don't comply with health and safety regulations, that can result in legal penalties, including fines and imprisonment. Workers' safety and well-being, adherence to regulations is vital for protecting physical construction work. Health and safety are more likely to be successful and have a positive reputation in the industry. The understanding and compliance with health and safety regulations is crucial for anyone involved in South Africa's construction sector. It ensures not only the legal compliance of construction projects, but also the safety and well-being of every individual on site. I urge captains of the construction industry in South Africa to prioritize the health and safety of workers and to stay informed and compliant with all the relevant regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, having said all this, it can be argued that legislation without a strong arm of enforcement and compliance of the health and safety regulations for this sector would be this. It is for this reason that since my assumption of office as Minister of the Department of Employment and Labour, I have made it my business that the workforce of the country should benefit from the low premiums of all employment laws in general, and the Occupational Health and Safety Act in particular. In this regard, we recognize the need to strengthen our approach to inspection and enforcement and utilize ICT to bolster inspections. Furthermore, I've already announced the reinforcement of our inspectorate with additional 20,000 inspectors in the next MTD period, or in the current MTD period. There is a need for this set of measures of health and safety hazards in order to properly plan and mitigate against such know the risks so that we are able to be proactive. I believe that the theme of this conference is the need for continuous improvement of this sector, and such improvement will be realized through the formation of strong partnerships, bringing stakeholders to the most critical elements of this sector. To attain the National Development Plan Agenda 2030, namely decent employment through inclusive economic growth, we need to be systemic in our approach to dealing with workplace incidents. We need to be dedicated to continuous improvement to reduce and prevent injuries. That I quote, everyone has a right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being. It further assessed that the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to ensure that this right is achieved. The OHS Act 85 of 1993 and its regulations will respond to our cited rights. The OHS inspectors play a crucial role in ensuring that workplaces are safe and healthy for workers. Employers are expected to ascertain that their workforce is protected against potential workplace hazards. Employees themselves are a critical role player in contributing to the implementation of mitigating strategies against workplace health and safety hazards. The OHS Inspectorate has intensified efforts to ensure adherence to employment laws across all 9 provinces through inspections. In 2023-2024 financial year, a total of 106,390 workplace inspections were conducted in OHS, of which 69,917, which is 66% of employers of those inspected, were classified as compliant. Can you give a big round of applause? Compliments to the 66% of compliant workplaces, urge them to continue to do so. While 36,003, which is 24% of employers, were found to be non-compliant. The non-compliance rate of 34% is significant, taking into consideration that workers' health and safety at risk. Essentially, this puts the lives of workers in danger. Hence, we see the number that surpassed 500,000 of those who lodged claims. The 36,473 non-compliant employers were all issued with notices, and this constitutes 100%. Mind, we are only talking about those employers who were able to reach. The others that we have not visited, we don't know what is happening. During the month of May 2024, we experienced the George and Palito tragedies. In both instances, workers lost their lives on those construction sites. During the same month, the OHS Inspectorate conducted national high-impact business inspections in the construction sector, demonstrate our commitment towards upholding OHS standards nationwide. But it is not only that we reacted, we go on doing this work, but it's just that we can't give figures as yet, but as we publicize our annual report, we must make sure that we give figures per sector in terms of the inspections that we have conducted, including our meeting performance from April to September. We must deliver it to give that account to the people of South Africa. During that period, KwaZulu-Natal conducted the highest number of inspections, totaling 383. Gauteng followed with 182 inspections, Northern Cape 76, and Free State was at 65, Mpumalanga 62, Limpopo 56, Eastern Cape 32. I'm not proud of In total, 803 high-tech business inspections were conducted nationally in the construction sector. Furthermore, these were coordinated joint inspections that involved the Department of Home Affairs and South African Police Services. I commend the vital role of intergovernmental cooperation and collaboration in our work and in the advancement of our shared goals. Our collective efforts have demonstrated that by working together, sharing resources, knowledge, and best practices, we can tackle issues more effectively and create lasting solutions for our communities. Our dedicated inspectors have been meticulous in verifying compliance with the OHS Act and its regulations, with a key focus on compliance within the construction regulations. Through the data, it has come to light that one areas of non-compliance include no risk assessment undertaken by companies, baseline risk assessment confused with task-based risk assessment or vice versa, no personal protective equipment, no medical fitness certificates, no Annex 1 General Safety Regulations 9 Section 1. Risk assessment is the foundation of any health and safety management system to prevent incidents and injuries. Employers, clients, contractors, and everybody in OHS value chain needs to be better and be clear in terms of understanding where is the most risk. My department, working with sister departments and sector partners, will continue to enforce compliance, to compel workplaces to rectify these violations and honor their obligations to their employees. I know small businesses are complaining about the cost of compliance, about the bureaucracy that is involved. Others, they even say you seem to want to quit because of the work that is very tiring that you must go through, which is sometimes very costly. So I've taken note of that cry, and I've instructed my entity and the department to come up with a package working with Productivity South Africa of support to small, medium enterprises, so that we are able to get this expertise or these experts that they can't afford, so that we don't just come as police to inspect and enforce, but we are sent to also be supporting, because we are for business. We are for businesses to thrive and for businesses to be able to create jobs. I cannot emphasize enough the fact that the government remains invested in everyone's well-being in terms of health and safety. This stance was further reiterated by His Excellency President Ramaphosa yesterday evening during his address, recapitulating the first 100 days of the government of national unity. In a gathering like this, it is imperative that we emphasize on our ability to provide policy direction and guidance with regards to the regulation of occupational health and safety. And I hope that the purpose of our engagements at this conference is to share information, knowledge, and expertise in in order to equip all stakeholders, including the inspectorate, and to make them more able and adaptable to the environment in which they work in. The OHS legislation is undergoing reform and will be promulgated under the 7th administration. I trust that you have taken advantage of contributing in the review when it went out for public comment. I've been informed that the construction regulations have been processed by the Advisory Council of Health and Safety. This council has a duty to advise for public comment and to enforcement with a balance of fairness and fairness. Employers found to be in violation of the OHS are issued with various notices with clear deadlines for correcting them. Compliance is a responsibility that benefits us all. We extend an open invitation to all employers, especially those who may be uncertain about their compliance status, to proactively engage with the Department of Employment and Labor. We offer through advocacy, providing information and resources to understand legal obligations, inspection, by assessing compliance levels and offering guidance on necessary improvements, and enforcement by taking appropriate actions to rectify non-compliance when necessary. The choice to collaborate means that employers can avoid the repercussions of enforcement actions and contribute positively to a fair labor market. As I conclude, let me take this opportunity again to join the others who have just conveyed our sincere condolences as the country on the passing on of Mr. Tito Mboweni, who served as the First Minister of Labour under the Democratic Dispensation from May 1994 to July 1998. It is essential to recognize and honor the legacy of Tito Mboweni, the First Minister of Labour, the First Minister of Employment and Labour. Remember, I was still trying to make people understand that there are no more Department of Labor. I heard the President also was referring to pronounce this department, so it happens sometimes. His vision and leadership during the pivotal time in our lives laid the groundwork for the labor policies that continue to shape our workforce today. Mr. Tito Mboweni was not just a minister, he was a champion of workers' rights and a staunch advocate for equitable labor practices. His commitment to addressing unemployment and improving working conditions helped foster a more just and inclusive society. As we move forward in our work, let us draw inspiration from his dedication to social justice and his belief in the power of labor to uplift communities. Honoring his legacy, we reaffirm our commitment to continuing this important work. Together, let us strive to build a future that reflects the values he championed, ensuring that every worker is valued and supported. I urge all stakeholders, business, labor unions, academia, professional bodies, and fellow citizens to join us in this vital endeavor. Let us work collaboratively to create a labor market characterized by fairness, safety, and mutual respect. A labor market that we can all be proud of. One of the practices of my department during my tenure is to build collaborative public-private partnerships. I'm aware this sector has a shortage of skilled workers, including artisans, engineers, and project managers, which limits productivity and innovation in the sector. The lack of practical training and inadequate access to upskilling opportunities prevent the industry from building a qualified workforce. My department will continue to stress the need for industry-driven training programs and partnerships between educational institutions and construction companies. Without this, job growth is inhibited as businesses are unable to fill necessary roles. I deliberately took time to unpack the work of the OHS Inspectorate. This is in line with the Yazini project, effectively meaning get to know your ministry, which we have embarked on as a department. Together we can do more, and all we need is collaboration and partnerships. And I do commit that this Department of Employment and Labor is at your service. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You may be seated. You know, it's only elders who understand protocols. In our we have a problem. You know, we have a problem with this generation. Yesterday, we nearly had a fight. That fight. And the fight was just noise, nothing much. I heard it. Okay. Thank you very much again, Honorable Minister. I want to release the minister because I know she needs to go to the voting room in about 10 minutes. So I don't want to do that when people are moving and so forth for security protocols as well. So I think now we can release the minister and we continue with our program. As they are making those preparations, can I ask Mr. Gannason, let's go back to Mr. McLaurin, who will be coming now for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the East function that is happening tomorrow is a breakfast session whereby there is signing of accords and everything. So the Department of Labor will still be very much active. And again, today we intend finishing at around 1:30 this function, because the following day, tomorrow, we've got a training that will involve 150 of our inspectors who are here with you. So the conference ends today around 13:30, 1400. We go and have lunch. Then we continue another meeting internally, and the training of inspectors commences tomorrow at 8:30 until 4 o'clock. All right, and do you have a problem? Well, the minister is out now. Now, this is what happens when you put somebody from a class in leadership. We become a class here. All right, on a serious note, the training of inspectors will be continuing tomorrow. I need to take one more speaker before we go out for break, so I require your indulgence. Mr. He wants him to call him by the name that he has got on the CV. I'm not comfortable with that for the purpose of protocol as well. Mr. McLaurin, yes. He will be dealing with a critique of the construction industry in South Africa. I've listened to one of his presentations before. I humbly request you to listen very carefully. It's not far from the other gentleman who presented yesterday on structures. Highly technical, but very useful. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming out. Today I want to talk about the construction industry in South Africa. I got my experience in UK and Ireland from 1996 until 2010, and then I moved to South Africa with my wife. So I have seen how construction is conducted in Europe and how it's conducted here. And straight off the bat, initially, health and safety, construction regs, the legislation, it is all world class. We've got fantastic regs and legislation here for protecting people. We have a fantastic, robust construction industry, but I'm just going to point out where we have some issues that I've kind of identified personally in my own business over the last 10 years or so. This is not a critique on anyone in particular, it's just the general way I think the construction industry is going, possibly globally, but I can only speak for South Africa at the moment. So I've called this penny wise, pound foolish. The definition of that is careful about small amounts of money but not about large amounts, used especially to describe something that is done to save a small amount of money now, but that will cost a large amount of money in the future. The picture you can see up on the front here now is from the George collapse. 34 people died unnecessarily. Let me get to the next sheet and we'll quickly discuss that. So, what can cause a building under construction to collapse? There's obviously many different elements that can cause this. But to go ahead, the recent incident in George where a structure under construction collapsed, leading to multiple unnecessary fatalities, has raised concerns about the design, management and construction of buildings in South Africa. This can be seen in the media, in the news, that these items are being raised. An official inquiry for the collapse has not returned a verdict on the likely failure mode, so we will not be discussing it in detail. Instead, we will simply examine the potential vectors for building failure in general. So basically, I've identified at design and construction stage possible areas where errors can come in. At design stage, we have lack of initial surveys. I will go into detail on all this on the next slide. We have reduction of professional fees, the removal of design stages, and non-adherence to regulatory requirements. These are the four areas that I really see as where errors can creep in at the design stage. At construction stage, we can have the construction methodology, the lack of oversight, overloading, material quality for engineered fills, steel, concrete, so on, and structural defects. In the grey box there, South Africa has an enviable global reputation for producing innovative engineers and construction methods. When I was a junior engineer, I was mentored by a South African engineer. He taught me everything I knew. And he taught me that the devil is in the detail and you have to pay attention to the detail. He really set me for my future. And I have a great regard for South Africa based on how he mentored me. So it's with honor that I work here. But let's get on. Slide 3. Potential error pathway at design stage. So this is the survey as I mentioned earlier. There's two main surveys that should be conducted for any project, pretty much on all scales, from a house up to an apartment block to the high rises we would see in Santa. They are topographical and geotechnical. There are other additional surveys, and we'll get to that. A topographical survey is where we go out and we see the guys on the road and they have a tripod and they have like a telescope and they're picking up levels. So we can do that a number of ways. We can do it visually, we can use lasers, we can use GPS. But the point of it all is to gather the following information. It's to survey the natural and man-made features of the site, map the contours, elevations, slope to land. These are essential for the correct design for the site, in particular the stormwater management and also for road access. We've all seen flooding, we've all seen houses that get flooded in particular down along the KZN coast when the rains have come, and these can all be attributed to possibly poor or now with climate change older designs that aren't now applicable. The survey helps us identify existing buildings, roads, trees, river services, basically everything that's on the ground. And it helps us to design accordingly. This survey will indicate whether the site should be residential, agricultural, conservation, perhaps the slopes are too steep for us to build. And it assists with our drainage attenuation design and so on. This is important for environmental reasons and also for the safety of the site. Finally, the topographic survey allows us for our legal documentation when we need to submit on boundary changes and whatnot. The next major survey that needs to be conducted is a geotechnical survey. This will assess underground conditions such as soil types, the stability of that soil, rock formations, depth and type, and the presence of groundwater. All of these are very important in how we design a building in order for it to stand for a long time and be a safe structure. The geotechnical survey identifies the load-bearing capacity on site. So the load-bearing capacity of the ground is how much weight it can take before it will move. We need that information as an engineer to design our foundations to prevent any movement of that building. We have started using seismic calculations in our design of buildings in South Africa, in particular since I can't recall the year, maybe 2013, 2014, we had a minor quake in Gauteng, and we had many structural issues. I groundwater in the soil and the possibility for seismic action. The geotech also helps us identify soft spots, voids, boulders, contaminating materials on site. All of these things will have an impact on the pricing of the job. Ancillary surveys that should be conducted at the start, depending on the type of development. If we have a large apartment block and we're adding 100 cars onto a road, we need to do a traffic count to determine capacity of the roads. These all have an input into safety. If we're adding 20 cars onto a road into a junction that's not designed for it, we will cause accidents down the line. So this is from a societal point of view that an engineer needs to consider these things. Another element that I recommend surveying is to check the municipal records for the area where the site is to go. This is to determine if anyone has attempted to develop and any issues they might have found while they're doing it. If we're doing an upgrade of an existing building, we need as-built records. We need drawings, we need reports, details showing how the building was designed, how and on what elements went into its construction. This is to allow us to conduct any variations to the building. As once we touch an existing building, make any changes to it, the new engineer takes responsibility for the risk of any future issues with that building. So it's really important as an engineer, in order to reduce our risks and ensure the building is safe, that we identify as best as possible the as-built records. And in a lot of cases in South Africa, we do not have those as-builts, and we then would recommend doing surveys to measure up, scans to verify steel, so on and so forth. So what we're doing with all these surveys is providing all the initial information to allow us to start generating options and opinions on how the proposed development from the client, from the developer, will be built and designed. So this is another area for me personally as I'm a professional civil engineer. I have a small medium consultancy, and my biggest problem are fees. So in South Africa, the Engineering Council of South Africa publishes in a gazette advice on what our professional fees should be based on the type of job, duration, value, so on and so forth. The purpose of these fees and the way they're being generated, one, reduce risk. So we're preventing cost cutting in the analysis and design that could lead to public and project risks. Public being any danger to them, project being any danger to the people in construction or after completion. Ensure effectiveness, so promote professional input in projects to avoid wasteful expenditure and ensure high effectiveness of the job. Attract and retain talent, and this seems to be a recurring theme. We need to create an attractive work environment for our graduates, for our students, to attract them into this business and keep them. Unfortunately, opportunities abroad are great, and you can get paid a lot more. You can have very interesting careers. In order to keep those people in the country, we need fees in order to give them the salaries they deserve. Fees also allow us to control the project costs. It's something that sometimes our clients aren't aware of, but part of our duty is to determine the absolute optimum design to be placed onto site, taking into consideration all the particular aspects of the client requirements, legislative, safety, engineering, and so forth. With the correct fees, we can easily do that. And what we do is we prevent delay in infrastructure due to high costs from designs which haven't been optimized. And we have to meet legislative standards. So we need experienced people who understand what standards are applied. And if we don't have a particular standard, how would we address them? And to have an understanding of the global requirements for legislation in engineering. So the fees designed to support the development of high-quality infrastructure and development of engineering in South Africa. So that's fairly straightforward. Us professionals, we're under a lot of pressure to reduce our fees to attract work. People are often shocked at how much we charge, and we have to drop that quite a bit. But we can't drop it too much. We have to earn a salary at the end of the day. But we are being squeezed as we're the kind of the one aspect of the job that can be squeezed. There is a lot of people out there who won't work, who are willing to do that cost or low cost in order to get exposure. It means that sometimes we don't have people with the correct competencies or experience getting the project, and there's no real checks and balances at this point. For example, when we are going out for construction, we send out those quantities and contractual documents, we receive them back. And we will then run an adjudication on those contractors based on their experience, their skills, how they've priced the building quantities. And we're looking for accurate prices. We're never looking for the lowest. We're always looking for the one that reflects the market-related costs the best. So this is something that isn't done for the consultants, so sometimes you will get people appointed who don't have sufficient fees in order to be correctly designed as per our education and per legislation. An issue for the fees is the import of cost of construction materials. We have to import a lot of our building materials. Some of it is available here, but a lot of the high specifications, especially when you're in the industrial sector, such as the majority of my work, has to be imported. We're talking acid-proof finishings and bricks. And so acid-proof bricks, epoxy finishes, special stainless steels, so on and so forth. There's no avoiding the cost of that product, so they try to drive down on the fees to make a saving. However, reduction of fees is a false economy. With sufficient fees in engineering, we can create effective cost and time-saving measures for a project. The areas that we can optimize include, but are not limited to, the building type. So, can it be a masonry building? It does have to be reinforced concrete. Can we use cladding? Is there any alternative designs that we could utilize? Timber framing, such, and so forth. Site layout, the optimal layout to take advantage of the actual contours of the site. One of the first exercises we do is a cut and fill analysis for a design to see how much earth we have to either dig out or import. It's one of the highest costs for a project is the earthworks. So any saving we can make there will certainly help down the line. The material selection, we can all specify a Rolls-Royce project easily. It's going to be the highest priced job, but it'll work and we know it'll work. The trick and the devil in the detail is to work out how can we get that same function whilst using lesser specs within the envelope of safety. For that we need time and we need experience. The programming of the job, identifying when we can start on site so that we can do works in parallel to save time. Foundation types, some sites might require strip foundation, which is simply a basic 600 or 300 piece of concrete with some rebar. Some sites might need piles down to a rock formation. We may have contaminated material that we have to remove 5 meters. So we have to resolve these. An example of the contaminated material, I had a car park in Ireland, and it was a car park with apartments on top, and it was on a no petrol station. The problem is the petrol had gone into the ground, and it was posing an issue as the fumes would have come up into the dwellings. So we had to come up with a waterproof tanking system that was resistant to the hydrocarbons, while also sealing that from going into the groundwater. So it's identifying at the survey stage these issues so that we can decide with the client whether the project should go ahead or not. Sometimes this work has to be done. It is at a loss for the client, but it can save money in the long term. Other areas that we will assist would be with the contracts, identifying the correct contracts and ensuring that everyone's protected, the client and the contractor. Conducting the contractor selection criteria, ensuring that the contractor who we use is able to do the work, and we would examine fees and previous experience and costing of that front, and the method of works, how the work will go. We'll get that. Okay, we're still in stages of design. Design stage, but this is stages of design. So there are 6 stages which have been applied globally in engineering and building to ensure the design and construction delivers a comprehensive, efficient, and safe project. Each stage addresses a specific aspect of the project. These 6 stages are throughout the world. I use them in Ireland and the UK and America. We use them throughout South Africa and Africa itself, Australia and the Middle East. We all use the same stage system. We have the stage 1 concept. This is when it's still greenfield, when the contractor might have an idea or the developer has an idea, he has a piece of land and wants to do something. At this stage, a lot of times an architect will be involved and will assist the client. Occasionally, we as engineers don't get brought in at this point, and sometimes the issues with the site aren't picked up. So If a project is over a certain size, a couple of million rand, it really should have the architect and engineering working as a team from stage one in order to absolutely optimize the proposed building or buildings or development for that site, so that it takes advantage of the local conditions and we don't end up over exceeding the design requirements. So from that, at that concept stage, we'll create 3-4 concepts for a client. We'll have an indication of the type of building. It might be hand sketches and hand palettes, but we'll give an idea of how the buildings would be looked and the cost of that. It would be a very high level costing based on each squares and the experience, but it will give something to the client that they can then guide themselves out which way they want to approach it. Once that decision has been made, we go to the schematic stage where we detail things up to more like a 30%. At this point, we are designing the basic structure, the layout, the functionality, and we're costing it as we go and indicating the timeline for the construction. Again, it's all very useful for the developer, the contractor to understand how this project will be brought forward to completion. This stage 2 can also be considered the plan stage where we submit for planning for municipal requirements. I haven't indicated here, a lot of my jobs are done on national key points where we're kind of exempt from that. We go for quite detailed jobs quite quickly. Once the schematic has been approved, we go to detail design. This is bringing it to construction stage, and it's where we will specify the exact materials, systems, and technologies that we require. We can run the cost estimate on that, and once everyone's approved the design and the costing, we will then head for procurement. Procurement is where we will prepare the bill of quantities, the tender drawings, the contract documentation, conduct site briefing, adjudicate the tenders, and recommend to the client which of those contractors we would prefer to have on site based on the criteria they've won. Stage 5 is just to jump back to stage 4 procurement. This is often, I've experienced, excluded in South Africa, where people try. This has led to more issues than I could possibly detail. Everyone in that regard is unprotected. Sometimes, a lot of times, the contractor will be working under a vendor list, and will be on the vendor list, but there's no specific contract project restriction on variations, cost control. There's no option for third-party supervision, such as myself, to have actually any legal recourse to do their jobs. As a professional, I might be able to tell a guy to stop the second that I don't see something right. And in a lot of cases, the contractor client relationship includes us protecting the client from the contract. Not for anything other than to ensure that correct flow of work is followed and the legal requirements are being addressed. Stage 5, construction management. This is something we battle to get. It's when we're on site to monitor the job. Obviously, below a certain price, maybe R1 million, we don't need to be there on a full-time basis. We would identify milestones in partnership with the contractor and ensure that are such as excavations to inspect, when steel rebar has been placed to ensure it's fixed correctly, concrete pour to make sure that we've got the cover to the concrete, so on and so forth. We can do those on a 1 hour a week type basis or 1 hour every couple of days. However, when the job gets over a certain size, for us it seems to be around 1.5 to 2 million rand. We'd like to have a full-time person on site, a resident engineer, a site engineer. That person is there to keep an eye on everything that's going on. It allows us to have confidence when we come to questions such as the loading of a slab, which I'll come to again. Finally, the stage 6 closeout. This is where we do the snagging of the job. Ensure the snags are done. We prepare a safety file. Safety file is the user manual for the project. It details the as-built drawings, the specification materials used, the contractors involved. So you conduct it's a user manual, yes. And certification, finally, the most important thing. So completion cert on the structural side of things, electrical compliance. We do a lot of work in the explosives industry, so we have to issue letters for the use of a building. So, and it's my name, it's my signature that goes on that letter. So I'm always aware of the high risk involved in signing it, and this is why I require construction monitoring on a full-time basis on patrol line jobs. Basically, these stages have been designed to manage the complexity of the project, ensuring each phase is thoroughly planned and executed. It minimizes risks, it controls costs, and ensures successful completion of the project. Okay, so how the errors can occur in design systems. There are 5 common areas of human error: intentional omission, leaving something out that you know is required. It can be quite easy for an engineer to do that, such on a road design. It may require 300 ml of imported fill. You put it in for 150. It's a saving for the contractor. It is a design flaw, and you will find a road that is failing within a year or two. I think we can all see that happen wherever you go. You can see a road that's been laid within a year. It's starting to crack, it's starting to subside. It can also be unintentional omission. So this is where competency and experience comes in. If you don't know it's needed, how can you get it into the job? Intentional commission, that's building without adding any specification that was designed. Unintentional commission, that's building and leaving it out because you weren't aware that it is required. This could be a waterproof membrane, which is initially found in a lot of projects, and the dam will rise up through your ground floor and create mold inside the house. Finally, competency. I could argue that the unintentional omission and commission could be reflected on competency as well. So, in my opinion, it's inexperience that causes these unintentional errors, insufficient resources, which create excessive pressure to deliver to budget and program. The works are rushed. Every job we ever do is rushed. There's never time enough. Critical QC milestones can be ignored or avoided. And finally, stress, which can cause logic failure. 3 main factors that cause stress for employees are low salaries, which affects 56% of employees. And again, it comes back to our fees. If we don't have fees, we can't pay the salaries. Long hours, 54% of employees, attributed to a lack of sufficiently experienced personnel. So if I have enough people who have the capacity for competency, then I don't need to have the one person who knows how to do the job do the 5 jobs I have in this standard. Again, low salaries as well prevent me from bringing in the skilled personnel that I would require. And lack of growth opportunities, 52% of employees. So this again relates back to fees. If I can't charge enough in order for me to have a senior or junior engineer in the design, it's me as a professional engineer doing the work that I shouldn't be doing. I should be handing this off to my juniors, to my graduates, to allow them to gain the experience. But if I don't have the fees in order to do that, I have to do it myself. I'm not passing on my knowledge. It's creating a vicious circle where the more skill I need, the less skill I can offer because I don't have the money and the time in order to develop it. In all cases above, the correctly determined fees can resolve the issue. As you can see, I'm coming from one particular area. Okay, so that was at the design stage where errors can creep in. At the construction stage, we've got a number of areas. We've got construction methodology, how the job is going to be built. This should be done before there's any boots on the ground. It should be preferably done months beforehand. So all parties involved can have an input and decide and work out how the job is going to be delivered. The example I've shown here would be to initially start with your procurement. So it's determining what products may need 6 weeks or 2 months to be delivered to site and ensuring those will be ordered on time. We have alternative specifications. Perhaps we've specified something that's only available in Germany and we've got a South African version to give us time to compare, contrast, and approve that change in specification. We have site preparation planning. So before we get on the site has to be basically graded, leveled, and made accessible. At this point, we need to determine where the roads will be, and a decision needs to be made on, is it going to be a temporary access road that will be just demolished at the end, or are we going to use the proposed permanent roads without the wear and course, so it can be refurbished. Elements like that. Temporary access, grading site facilities. All this work can be conducted without anyone being on site, other than the teams involved. The next step that should be coming up in a typical job would be the civil works. This is where we would start placing the services to the proposed building, providing the potable water connections, the wastewater, taking away stormwater, and so forth. Also, we've got ICT, so it's all of the IT ducting and such that we need to bring. It's very important that this is designed correctly because we will be excavating for those. We don't want to have other vehicles or contractors that are not involved with that project becoming part of the works. We might have a 3-meter deep trench. We know it needs form, we know we need barricades, but if we also have construction traffic driving inside, we'll have to increase the size, increase the cost to protect the people involved. So we'd rather have the work conducted separate without any involvement from third-party teams or contractors. It's just an example of how we would ensure we have separation and to maintain the safety for the site. The foundations, the boundary, the engineering fill. At this point, we would be looking at either battering back foundations, which can be an issue because it's earthwork and costs. Securing the boundary is a very important safety consideration. If you've got an excavation on site, someone falls into it, even if just a kid falls in and got through the fence, we're all responsible. The contractor is responsible, the engineer is responsible. So you have to maintain a very secure site at this stage. Once we've got the civil works will continue as the structural works will move in. And this is where we'll start putting in the foundations that need to be correctly designed, the structural frame, the roof, the enclosure walls, windows, and doors, interior walls. So you can see it's a very straightforward shopping list of how we want to build this project. And we don't want to be bringing in fitters and fixers, the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, until we can safely hand over a floor or a room to that team. We don't want contractors who are unrelated to be crossing each other, to be working in the same area unless they've been properly coordinated off-site. Finally, landscaping and the final inspections. So that's a typical simple construction methodology. But by conducting that, you can identify where there will be clashes between contractors, between works, and it can avoid those clashes. A second area for error would be the lack of oversight, construction monitoring. As I said before, I struggle to get these fees out of a lot of clients and contractors. Reduced fees preclude a full-time engineer who could effectively inspect the contractor's works, method statements, program test results, MSDS, variations, change from design, variation specifications, etc. Basically, without oversight, you do not know what's going on. No one can tell you. You may believe a contractor, you have trust in him, but are you willing to sign off that everything he's done? It's your signature at the end of the day that's approving his work. So in order to accept that risk, it's very important that those fees and have the oversight project. So 3 is overloading. This refers indirectly, I'm going to say, to the George collapse. We're not aware of the full details of how the failure occurred, but there is some guesses as to why. And one of them is that they loaded a floor slab, an elevated floor slab, with construction material. So typically, most buildings are designed for office or residential. It's not a lot. It's maybe 150 kilograms a meter square. Building materials will impose a much heavier load than this. So if you have a slab with a pile of sand on it, you're exceeding the structural limitations of that member, possibly, by multiple. In addition, on an incomplete structure, it's only when all of the elements have been finished on the structural side, so this would be the walls, the doors, the partition walls, the interior walls. Once all those have been constructed, that's when we achieve the full strength of the building. Until then, we're only at temporary. In the case of Georgia, it was noted, or was indicated, I should say, that possibly a number of intermediate floors were left out. In this case, if you had a slab, say, on the first floor, and you skipped the second and went to the third, we then have columns that are not designed for taking any load from the third slab. These columns would have become exceedingly slender. And basically, if you can imagine, if you just had a straw, a drinking straw, and if it was nice and short, you can support a weight on it. When it's nice and long like this, it's going to crumble in the middle. It's the exact same effect when it comes to the, there we go, to these leading out of slab. Construction access is required to the temporary or to the incomplete building, but that's where the engineer on site has to be involved in order to advise, to understand how the works have been conducted, that they've been conducted correctly, and that slab can be loaded. We can only effectively answer that if we are comfortable with the design and the quality of the work that's been conducted. Okay, another area at construction stage for an error would be the material qualities. Steel, we have reinforcing, rebar, we have structural members, I-beams, we've got column sections, we've got angle iron, so on and so forth. We have the bolt connections, and we have sheeting and cladding. If we have no oversight, we don't know what specification of rebar has been used, we don't know the dimensions of the rebar that's been used, we don't know how it's been fixed and arranged in the concrete. We don't know if the cover to the rebar has been provided. Other issues with the steel would be if we have two different types of even mild steel and we weld a different type between it, we get a galvanic reaction. We get rust and that can cause structural failure within a year or two, depending on the area where it is. The earthing of the project. If there is a steel frame, we need to earth it. What is happening within it? We need to understand these. So it's very important for us to understand what steel has been delivered, and if we're not there to inspect it and confirm it on receipt, it's very difficult to ensure that the project is going to be correct. Another material would be the engineered fill. This is the sand. This is the important sand and gravel. Sand, gravel, stone, crushed pea gravel, the geotextiles, soil creep compaction, air capacity, subsurface drainage. These all reflect the engineered fill. And fill is expensive, so it can, unless you have an experienced engineer who knows what, I'll use some Irish specs like some CL6F1 or CL804, which is the typical way we would specify it. You could have anything being built, and you have no idea if it's being built correctly. We need to follow the design that we prepared as it prevents settlement, slippage, rotation, and movement of the building. Density tests have to be conducted at every stage on the formation material, the soil that's been compacted or soil treated, and each layer of imported fill after that point almost have density to get the tests conducted. Again, if we're not on site, we can't verify this information. Concrete is 80% of every project, basically, unless we've got masonry or timber. We use concrete for blinding. It has a strength typically from 20 to 40 MPa, depending on the specifications. We need formwork for it. We have to manage the cover to the rebar, as mentioned. Concrete needs to be vibrated to remove the voids, but it can't be over-vibrated. Concrete is susceptible to too much heat and to too much cold. We have to make sure we have bond-breaking compound on construction joints where we're transferring the load across the slab where we have a joint. If we don't have bond breaking, we're going to have cracking. The sealant involved, is it material compatible with what the final use of the building will be? So there's massive considerations with the concrete. To verify it, concrete cubes are taken from each truckload. We take the delivery note from each concrete truck and verify the mix. As an engineer, we determine the time to full strength based on climatic conditions. We advise the contractor when they can get construction access, time when they can strip formwork, and how to protect the concrete from cold and heat and ensure that it has been protected accordingly. Cold joints, this is where we have a large concrete pour. You might pour 20 meters cube, and at the end of the day, how do we ensure that when we come back next day we bond correctly with that previously poured concrete. That's what we're there for. We're there to ensure that all those elements are checked and conducted correctly. Straddling, bonding, stock up, tie joints, etc. So these are all the elements of concrete that require oversight to ensure that the building is correctly built. Other items that need to be checked: insulation. Does it provide the insulation required? Is it fire rated? Lighting is what's the word? LED, and we're not using old technology. The solar rated, has it got a CE mark? Batteries, lead azide, lithium, they all emit gas. Lithium not so much, but when it goes, it really goes. Where are we going to place it? How do we vent it? Has it got compliance? The fittings, we've got doors have kind of fire ratings on occasions. Fixings, are they electrical compatible? Lighting here should actually be lighting, so for South Africa lighting needs consideration. We have to ensure that we've conducted a survey on the ground resistivity and that we can dissipate that lighting correctly. And more recently for South Africa, gas installations, so it's ensuring that it is correctly installed. I know it's a concern to South Africans for gas because it can go quite easily because it's rather safe. But still, it's something that you don't want to be signing off without having had it being viewed as it was constructed. And then finally, for the construction stage errors, would be structural defects. So, with full-time construction monitoring, we will be viewing all the work conducted. We'll see the excavations, we'll see the exposed soil and excavations. We know where there's soft spots that have been removed and improved and so forth. Without an engineer, and we get tasked with issuing a completion cert for occupation and building on completion, we'd have to conduct the following work. So, assuming that we weren't involved in a decent-sized project, we would have to excavate multiple locations on the foundations, beneath slabs, and we'd have to take samples of the concrete, we'd have to take samples of the engineered fill down to the formation level, take it away, test it, get the density reports on it. We would have to core the concrete members above ground, so the concrete columns, the concrete beams, we'd have to take cores, multiple throughout the building, as only about 500 people can be attributed to one mix. So that's multiple cores that we're replacing with a 40 MPa non-shrink grouter, which is literally 10 times more expensive than concrete. We have to retrieve structural steel samples from throughout the building. We have to scan the concrete members to verify the size, arrangement, and position of the rebar within the concrete. This has to be conducted in multiple places to satisfy myself, basically. We need to confirm the fire rating of materials, glass door paint, doors, windows. Ultrasonic scans to verify thicknesses of paints where we specify perhaps primers on industrial steel. We have to conduct visual inspections, we have to survey to look for alignment, and if we're concerned, we need to place strain gauges which need to be reviewed on a regular basis to determine if there's erroneous signs. Simply put, conducting that work in order to allow the completion cert to be granted exceeds the price of full design fees by a factor from 2 to 5. Just the X-ray scan, we're looking at 300 grand per scan. And I did a building recently in Somerset West in Cape Town, and we needed 84 scans, 250 grand a pop. If we had an as-built drawing, it wouldn't cost us nothing. It shows that by neglecting to just follow the procedure, the ladder of procedure, it opens up massive areas where failure can occur. And in order to ensure that failure can't occur, the testing required is erroneous in order to accept that risk. So at the end of the day, as the engineer, I have to accept the structural responsibility for those risks. And it's quite scary if you don't have full-time monitoring. To the next. So this is my last slide, but I'll be talking about some personal experience at the end there. I'll expand on it. So in conclusion, most mistakes are non-intentional. No one intends to make a mistake. We either don't know it's required, or we are under pressure for time, we don't have enough fees, it's one person to do the job of 3. The program hasn't increased by 3 because we don't have fees, it's almost been done in the same time. Material is expensive, so professional fees are targeted. In my opinion, the fees must remain where they have to be and allow the professional to determine how the savings can be made from the materials. There's legal ethical issues for an engineer where the design and QC has not been conducted in full. Am I confident? Do I morally obligated to ensure this job isn't issued if I'm not comfortable with it? These are questions we have to ask. The reduction of our fees is a false economy. Our project will be delayed, it'll be more expensive without an engineer. And I've seen this multiple times. I should talk about it now actually. There was a job down in Cape Town, and the client was appointing the contractor to conduct the works. It was a design and build project. Is the camera okay? No. Am I running late? No. 5 minutes. I've got 5 minutes. Perfect. Okay, so I had a job down in Cape Town. The client was directly appointing a design build contractor, but they were getting concerned. So they brought me in to overview it. Unfortunately, the contractor had advised the client to sign FIDIC, I couldn't get this wrong now, is it FIDIC Silver or FIDIC White? It's the design build contract for nuclear power stations. This was nowhere near a nuclear power station, it was mostly earthworks and small buildings. The client signed it, and we then had no legal recourse with this contractor. And all we could do is sit there and watch an overcharged client by multiple millions of rands for elements that we instructed the client not to accept. The job was priced at 12, it came in at 36. We could have had it done for 8 if we'd just been given the initial design fees. It's very common that, I won't say snake oil salesmen, but people can be very convincing and take advantage of clients who just want to trust you and get the job done right. It's something we need to be aware of. This particular job, it was 5 meters of dump. It was a dump. It was an old dump. It was full of pieces and bags and everything. And the geotech report, which was done, stated that almost we removed and we bring in material. So that contractor priced for that and then didn't do it. So we picked up on that and we ended up having to do pilots through all of this garbage and making sure that we had a damp-proof membrane so that fumes from the rotting nappies don't come into the buildings. It's just an example of you think you can make a saving, but it won't. It'll always end up biting. So basically, higher installation costs equates to lower operational costs. If you've got a house with really good insulation, such as we have in Europe, I can heat my house for maybe 10 rand a day. It costs nothing. But we have walls that are maybe 440 thick. We've got 220 mil of insulation in between. We've got maybe 300 of insulation in the roof. It's massive costs, and it's for a country like South Africa, we don't have the socio-economic ability to insulate to that level. But just as an example, if you can throw the book at the installation costs, you will have much lower operational costs for the life of the project of that building, and the building will last longer too. Subsidence-resistant foundations, it's more expensive to design a foundation to resist the subsidence that you've identified, but it means your building is going to last a long time. Lower installation costs equates to higher operation costs. Just because you can build it for cheap, it doesn't mean it's a saving. And again, if you don't have insulation in a building, you're going to be running your air cons constantly to keep it hot or cold, and it's quite evident that it's a false economy. So I've got maybe 2 minutes. So in my personal experience, for cost saving. So penny-wise, penny-foolish. Let's just reiterate on that. It's worrying about the pennies and losing money on the pennies. So I've had multiple jobs throughout Africa, throughout the world actually, South America, Australia, where we can't get topographic surveys, we can't get geotech. They're in the middle of nowhere, we're putting in plans for mines. So we have to make assumptions. We're using Google Earth to work out the slope of the site. We have no idea of the soil bearing capacities. So we make assumptions, and they're worst case. So we end up putting in a 1,200 platform of engineered fill at massive cost to the project. If we had that topographic if we had that geotech, it might only need the soil to be graded and compact, and that could have been enough. Literally 20 million rand for an engineered platform, and it could have been avoided with a 20,000 rand geotechnical survey. Design, safety our roads, and part of what we did, we would have a 3-stage audit for the design. 2 stages at schematic and detailed design stage. At this point, we're identifying issues with the routes, how vehicles operate around the roads, the pedestrians, and so on and so forth. And then the third one is conducted during construction stage. And at all points, we're feeding back with the point of HSE, health, safety, and environment, as compliant as possible. We don't have that time nor money in South Africa to conduct those audits. And it's evidenced by our roads, which are on the face of it, excellently built and designed. But it's when you get into the fine detail and you see a pedestrian crossing leading to nothing, or you don't have traffic refuges for people with a pram, or you have a road sign in the middle of a footpath. All these are just simple errors that haven't been picked up because we don't have time and expertise to understand that it's an issue and address it at the design stage so they get built. It's can be quite frustrating for myself. Finally, I'll close out with construction methodology. So this was a completely preventable accident. It was in Ireland, and we had a reinforced concrete tower. It's for a development in ports. It was rated. It was going up 8 stories, and a colleague of mine, he was inspecting it, thankfully I was there, and so they had been installing precast staircases in that tower. And at the bottom, we had guys applying tiles and putting up the railings and painting and whatnot. At the same time, they were bringing a precast staircase over the top of the tower and placing it into place for bolting. That slipped and just landed on the staircase below it. That staircase, the bolts were not designed for that shear load. So it all just dominoed down, and 2 guys were completely crushed, like crushed to about an inch. My friend, my colleague, he's been devastated ever since. All it took was a 5-minute meeting in the morning to go, lads, we're doing this, get out. That's it. We have to be aware of it. Sometimes we don't take any responsibility ourselves. If you see something, say something. If I can't get the fees, I need more eyes on the ground, and if it's going to be you guys who can feed back to the designers, to the professionals that say, look, I've got an issue with this, it's an asset to us. But in conclusion, no one's intending to do it, we just need more money. That's really
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take 15 minutes break. Quickly go to the bathroom or have some tea or something. 15 minutes, please come back. We are 1 hour behind time. So 15 minutes, be back. So be back at 11:35, please. but it was like that even on the program. I'm going to give you strictly 20 minutes. You must wrap up at 20 minutes. If you see me standing, it's 17 minutes. If I stand next to you, it's 20 minutes. Your time is up. So please, and I humbly request that let us work together, ladies and gentlemen. If I stand next to you, you are at 17 minutes. When I come right next to you, I'm saying your time is. Now the delegates are going to help me because when I raise the hand, they will say, your time is up. Can you say that? Can you say that? Viva, comrade, viva! Your time is up. Viva, comrade, viva! Your time is up. If I raise my hand and just say, thank you. But not for Mr. Lukeleni. That is not allowed. Mr. Lukeleni, I think you can address the delegate. We have invited Mr. Lukeleni to talk to us because he's from organized labor, and I want him to talk to us from employees' point of view, from the shop level point of view. So we have got a variety of mix from all levels of the construction sector. So he's going to talk to us from employees' point of view. Mr. Lukeleni is also a member of the advisory council of the minister, as well as a member of the technical committee, the construction regulations. So the 2025 construction regulations, he already knows it, the one that we are going to publish. Mr. Lukeleni, over to you. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Comrade Program Director, Comrade Business Owners, and Comrades Professionals. I deliberately call you comrades because in the real sense of the word, you are actually workers. You might call yourself professionals, but you are actually workers. Program Director, it's a pity that the Minister is not here, but I would extend a word of greeting to her in absentia and to also the officials in the ministry, but specifically a word of greetings to members of the Department of Labor. I've seen the ex-Chief Inspector here, I've seen the Registrar, I've seen the specialists. Mine is to deal with the reality of the situation. In the past 1.5 days, we've had speakers outlining what the systems are supposed to be producing, what the acts are supposed to be producing, but as workers, I want to give you the perspective of what we actually experience. Dames en heren, dus welkom. The first thing I want to explain is we keep on saying organized labor, organized labor, organized business. Maybe we need to explain what is organized labor. Organized labor is, as per prescripts, the federations that are represented in the country. Currently, up to the end of August, there were 3 federations that were there. It was COSATU, which is Congress of South African Trade Unions. Then it was the National Council of Trade Unions, for which I work as a national safety, health and safety organizer. Then there was FEDUSA, Federation, Federated Unions of South Africa. But as of the 1st of October, in terms of NEDLAC processes, there's another federation that has been recognized, which is SAFTU, the South African Federation of Trade Unions, under Comrade Joeri Zimbabwe. So going forward, there will be 4 federations forming what we call organized labor. Very important that I raise this openly, that 30 years into democracy, unfortunately, the white member trade unions are still reluctant to form part of organized labor, which is a serious indictment on the working class. Because at the end of the day, injuries do not look at your color. Diseases do not look at your color. So those of us who are sitting here who are members of trade unions that are predominantly white membership, can you please go back to your unions, to your federations, ask them to join us in collaboration with the Department of Labor, in collaboration with organized business, because I believe organized business is busy recruiting also some of the businesses that are not part to join them. So the white-led unions have a tendency to want to implement or gain their rights through litigation and only join us for specific focused disputes where they join us in hands. So we need to change that landscape, because organized labor should be organized labor that covers the whole country. That mantra of stronger together, just as a DNA, must not only be reserved to the rugby team. It must also come to the workplace. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll raise a few issues that we face as labor. Maybe firstly I should go to the stakeholder that is hosting us today, the Department of Labor. The first problem we face as workers is with the inspections, the inspectorates. We have heard them saying that they have conducted inspections, they've given us statistics of the number of inspections that they've conducted, but the problem at the workplace that we face is that workers are not part of the inspection as stakeholders. What happens is that inspectors come to a construction site. Ostensibly, the business people want them to make appointments. They make appointments, they arrive. There are certain times when they are allowed to arrive unannounced, but when they arrive, they get to talk to the professionals. They get to talk to management. That is why you end up with this bogus health and safety management files, because workers are not involved. When it comes to risk assessment, as workers, we get told, this is what we have looked at, this is what we think mitigates the risks, this is what we think you should be doing. We are effectively told to comply, which becomes a problem. Because if I can give you an example, with PPE, the professionals with the employer will do a risk assessment and say, in this particular area, this is the kind of PPE that needs to be supplied. In compliance with the Act, they will not ask us for money for the PPE. But without us as the engine of the workplace, they decide on the quality of the PPE. As a result, you get resistance from workers, where you find, if we go down to a small detail of a PPE, for example, your earphones, earplugs, where there's noise, the employer decides what kind of equipment they will offer you. They decide how this equipment is going to be handled by you. All they do in the safety training is to tell you, this is the equipment we're giving you, this is how you're going to use it, this is for how long you're going to use it. And it's problematic. As an organizer, you get people who tell you, I am in a noisy area, I am given an earplug, but the machine that I operate has warning signals that are not visible but that are audio signals. But the earplug closes down the warnings. As a result, you find that an operator, even though the machine itself is warning him or her to avoid a problem, the earplug is closing down that information. So those are one of the challenges we're facing. But with the inspections, even at a time when we report to the Department of Labor to say, in this particular workplace, there's these problems that you are thinking are not conducive to a safe working environment. When the inspectors come to do the inspection, they don't involve us. We got a report. It is for that reason, as workers said sometimes, we think because the inspector arrived in make an example. The inspector arrived one time, does an inspection, we have a complaint, we raise a complaint, the inspector arrives in the 6. To us as workers, that tells us, without getting into whether the inspector can afford a car or not, on the basis of what we see, it tells us the inspector took an envelope. Because you're not involving us. If you are not involving us, we are the engine. The speaker yesterday correctly put it, that without workers, there is no construction. The problem that we then have is this kind of actions. The professionals arrive and they are someone who are hoping that there will be nothing requirement that inspectors must have appointments. Some of these workers are given time off. You will find that in a site where there's 5,000 people, when the inspector arrives, 2,000 people are not there. The inspector comes in, checks the file, checks the workplace, everything is hunky-dory, of responsibilities. Where I am elected a health and safety representative, but I'm also organization. Because because the community is going against your project, and you wonder why, because you spoke to certain individuals. These are the trained guys that I need to take on. Therefore, you continuously spend money on training. Maybe the recommendations that we need to have. We need you as employers, firstly as employers, make sure that you trade unions, not because the trade unions have members, because we are one of the social partners. Don't come to us because we are showing you sufficient representation. Talk to us so that we can tell you in this community, these are the skill set that is there, that is relevant to the construction industry, so that when you have your projects there, you can employ the proper people. To the professionals, you are employees who are, for some reason, you don't like to join unions. Maybe you will face issues of training and pay fees and whatever. But put us on the same pedestal with yourselves when you give employers these systems that you want them to implement to avoid injuries and diseases, so that we understand. Because an employee who's uninformed will be resistant to any system. Then you think workers are obstacles. We are not obstacles for a simple reason. The only reason that we resist is because we don't want to have things done for us when we don't know why they are done for us. To the Department of Labor, we would request the Department of Labor at least inform us where your inspectors are going. You have worked with us in various legislations. You know we can keep the confidence. We will not disclose when the inspector is coming to a particular area, but we need to be able to see the inspector coming, accompanying the inspector on the inspection, so that the worker can say what is written there and what is happening on the ground is not the same. But lastly, in conclusion, I think in future for this conference, you need to have a criteria where there's a balance. Because here I see there's professionals, there's employers, there's experts. The people who do the work are not here. And the people who can fund them to come here are here. Maybe the Department of Labor, that's what you need to do in the next conference, including the other sectors. Say to them, when you come as an employer, bring one of your, maybe one unskilled, one semi-skilled, and yourself. So that people can understand the challenges that we're facing. Because it's nice to put the statistics here, this is the number of inspections, this is the rules that we're having, this is what, but the reality is we cannot have 500,000 reported cases and say it's business as usual. There's a problem. Because that's half the number of people who are injured. Because this casualization of workers causes workers not to give. There's certain times when you are forced not to report an injury. Because if you report an injury, you will be terminated. So, if we want to have the construction industry becoming an employer of choice, not an employer of convenience, because that is what it is now. People don't choose the construction industry as a first option. They go there because there's no work. If we want to change that narrative around, we need to start going the direction that we were suggesting again, as labor. In closing, I do not want to bash anyone. But what I want to say is, you cannot have construction without workers. But you cannot have an injury-free construction site without the involvement of workers in designing your safety systems. And for your safety systems to work, you need the workers to understand them. We are speaking to in English today. In the workplace, there's a language that completely changes what the workers are hearing. You need to develop a way of communicating this system so that workers understand exactly what you are saying. And also, don't threaten them with losing their jobs. It is better for you to threaten the worker to say, if you don't comply, you're going to have your head chopped off. Because when this unit falls on you, you don't have a head. Rather than saying you will be fired. Because the unemployment rate is so high. The unemployment rate is so high that workers are aware that there are no jobs. Unfortunately, we have compressed this to a small figure, but maybe we will also write as Labour to Department of Labour, putting all the concerns in writing so that they put it on the website so that you can see it. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, come and connect CF. It will be the next presentation. One round of applause for organized labor. While Mr. Johnson is connecting for the next speaker, I once went to this church. I was not aware that my ex is there. And when I get in there, she started a song. The song, I'm going to direct translate it. It says, the devil has no place here. And why am I making that joke? Immediately when he spoke about the envelope, the fact of the matter is, and we cannot run away from it, coming soon. We cannot run away from it. We do have pockets of cases. We've got like 3 or 4 prosecutions a year of inspectors being involved in such issues. So we are not ignoring that issue. It is a fact. They might not like it, they might go, but the fact of the matter is they are involved in some of it. I just don't know about the test, but we'll talk. Our next speaker is Mr. Supen from Compensation Fund, our employer in the way. Over to you, sir, without wasting any time. I will be forced to time you. I'm not happy with that, but I know you will do it in 22 minutes time.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Acknowledgements to our Minister, IG, Organized Business, Organized Labour. My fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to be brief in my presentation. I'm going to take you through a brief set of stats for the last financial year related to the construction industry. I'll take you through a brief overview of our claims processes, and that will be me for the day. Just in terms of the work that we do, we administer the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Diseases Act. In terms of the Act, as you would know, it is there to compensate employees for disablement due to incidences in the workplace, as well as diseases. That compensation, ladies and gentlemen, extends beyond the worker and also covers beneficiaries of the worker as well. We are busy with the revision or the amendments to the Compensation Act, or the current version of the Principal Act as it is in play at the moment. that the amendment brings about ease of administration and introduces a new chapter, or 3 new chapters, the one being the chapter on rehabilitation and reintegration into the workplace. So as opposed to dismissing an employee due to injury or illness, the efforts of the employer is expected to engage in rehabilitation activities to reintegrate that employee back into the work environment. The other key chapter that we're also introducing into the Act is on inspections, and would be a key function of the department as well. Just for your purposes, we define employers in 2 categories: private employers as well as exempted employers. Private employers are employers who register with the fund. They pay assessments or returns to the fund on an annual basis. They submit claims through to the fund for adjudication and the payment of compensation, and that compensation is paid by the compensation fund. Exempted employers are essentially our government departments, and there's roughly about 11 government departments, predominantly in the metros around the country, who apply for exemption in terms of the Act. They hold reserves either with themselves and in terms of their investments, or they pay those reserves over through to the compensation fund. So they do not pay assessments through to the fund, but they do pay us administration fees for the adjudication of their claims. Adjudication is done by the compensation fund. Payment of compensation is done by the GPF, the Government Employees Pension Fund. Just some of the key employer obligations in terms of the Act, and I'll just touch on a few. First and foremost, in terms of Section 80 of the Act, employers are required in terms of this law to register with the compensation fund. Section 82 is to pay an annual return through to the fund that's representative of the employee's earnings paid to employees, and required in terms of Section 86 to pay those fees through to the compensation fund by the due date, failing which the compensation fund will apply penalties for late submission. The fees that are paid through to the compensation fund, or the assessments, as the business language calls it, is used for the payment of compensation and medical expenses for employees who suffer injuries and diseases as a result of the work that they do. I do want to concentrate on Section 89. It is an area of non-compliance in terms of the Act, and to Mr. Lukanda and his team, what we have found is that, so mandator there is actually the principal employer, is making reference to the principal employer, and contractors that the employer contracts to do their work. In the vast majority of the contractors that we have assessed or audited are not compliant with compensation. So in terms of Section 89 of the Act, Inspector General, any employer who brings on board a contractor must ensure that that contractor is properly registered with the compensation fund and is paying their annual returns through to the compensation fund. The Section 89 does stipulate that should the principal employer fail to ensure that the contractor is properly registered with the compensation fund, that the principal employer will be liable for the payment of the assessments of that principal, of the contractor, as well as the compensation for the injured employees. It is important that employers, in terms of Section 89 and further prescripts of the Act, duly notify the compensation fund of injuries that are taking place in the workplace. With regards to injuries on duties or injuries, the employer has 7 days to notify the fund. With regards to diseases contracted as a result of the employee's work, the employer has 14 days from the date of diagnosis of that disease to notify the compensation fund. Just to highlight some of the benefits payable in terms of the Act, apart from temporary disability and permanent disability benefits, the fund does pay medical expenses, burial expenses, travel expenses, funeral benefits, constant attendance allowances. This is in instances where a disabled employee is unable to care for their daily needs, and that portion of the benefit is paid to the injured worker to hire a nurse or a caregiver to assist them with their daily activities. And as I've indicated, rehabilitation has been included as part of the benefits that we expend through to injured employees. By the way, those rehabilitation benefits is not only for vocational rehabilitation, but to reintegrate that employee back into the workplace, but also for vocational rehabilitation as well, to upskill the employee in terms of just wondering your clock is running faster than mine. Okay. Thank you, sir. Just to give you some just high-level stats in terms of claims registered over the last 5 years, you will note that the number of claims have gradually been increasing, and what we have accepted is roughly about 90% of the claims registered. The fund has accepted and adjudicated. Just in terms of these particular stats, they represent claim payments, and predominantly it's just talking about the claim payments that were paid during the financial year. It does not include payments that are ongoing over and above what was recorded for the specific financial year. So the figure that was supported by the Chief Inspector of 70 billion rands over the financial year is actually a true reflection of what has been paid in that particular period. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a brief stats I'm going to share with you for the construction industry, and it represents paid claims data at a point in time recorded at the end of the financial year. It does not include ongoing payments for claims that we continue to pay beyond the end of this particular financial year. We recorded a total of 5,589 claims for the construction sector. We have paid 5,556 of those, amounting to 215 million rands. The majority of those, 99.6% of those claims relates to injuries on duty. If I look at the detail of those claims, I must say that a vast majority of them can be avoided. There are minor injuries, fractures, abrasions, and injuries due to falls in the workplace, and injuries that can be avoided. 56.19% of those claims relates to male workers in the work environment. I think roughly about 34-35% represents claims for females, and it's indicative of the number of females that have been coming into this sector over the years. 98% of the claims have been for South African citizens and 2% for migrant workers. Our colleague before us spoke about undocumented foreign nationals working in the sector. That is of critical importance to the compensation fund. I cannot complete an adjudication of a claim for a foreign national if I don't have properly verified identity details for that particular individual. So there must be verifiable passports as well as verifiable work permits for me to continue individual, whether it is a South African citizen or a foreign national, the benefits due to them in terms of the Act. Just in terms of the spread of our claims in the last financial year by province, Gauteng province accounted for the majority of the claims that we have seen. It's over 76 million rands in claims that we paid for the sector for the Gauteng provinces, for the Gauteng province rather, followed by KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, and Mpumalanga. And just to expand that a little bit, if I look at different classes within the construction sector, the vast majority has been in mainstream construction. You will see that represents the peak of this particular diagram, followed by general services in the construction industry, and at the tail end of this particular graph, claims accounted for the civil construction subclass in particular. I'm just going to briefly highlight our claims processes and highlight a few things within this particular process. So just at a high level, a claim comes in, it gets verified to ensure that it is a workplace incident, number one. Number two, that the employee is an employee of the employee at the time of the incident. Surprisingly, we do have experience of ghost employees, as well as incidences of collusion, where we've seen claims submitted for employees who have already left the employer of that employer and who have sustained an injury after they have left that employer, and a claim comes in from a particular employee. So those verification steps happen in the first instance. Once we have verified that it is a valid claim in terms of the Act, we basically accept liability for that particular claim. It does not necessarily mean that we have finalized the claim, but rather we are in an adjudication process, and an adjudication process can take a couple of weeks up to a couple of years to finalize, especially if the employee is undergoing treatment and that treatment is of a long-term nature. We continue paying temporary disability benefits through to that particular employee until the employee has reached what we call maximum treatment. Then we will decide on the disability level of that particular employee, and then determine what the permanent disability benefits are afforded to that particular employee. If the disability percentage is more than 31%, that particular employee will receive a disability pension for the duration of their life from the compensation fund. Benefits also in the event of a fatality within the workplace will include benefits paid towards the spouse, as well as dependents, which will extend beyond children of the employee. And those who are, will include those who are financially dependent on the employee, and that goes through a verification process as well. In this particular process, we are highly dependent on the employer to make sure that, as I've indicated earlier on, we are properly notified on time of the particular incident, and all supporting information is submitted to the funds, not only at the initial submission of the claim, but during the adjudication term of the particular claim as well. We do need progress, medical reports and progress updates from the employer to be submitted, so that we ensure that we can continue our adjudication process, and we can continue to confirm payments, ongoing payments to the employee. This is an area of frustration, not only for the compensation fund, but it's a frustration, pardon me, for employees, but more especially for the workers as well. Just briefly, in terms of the basic requirements for the submission of a claim, we do require a duly completed employer's report of the accident, a valid identity credentials for the particular employee. The first medical report is of utmost importance for the fund to start the adjudication process, to determine temporary disability benefits and the extent, get an indication of the extent of the treatment that the employee would be involved in. Of importance with regards to diseases that have been contracted in workers, we do require, apart from the first medical report, is all supporting clinical information, including test results, laboratory results, that would help us to properly assess that particular claim timelessly. And Chairperson, my time is up. That's the end of my story. Let me leave you with this. Let me leave you with this picture for insight to colleagues and what it means to finalize a compensation claim. A couple of years back, when I was involved with the Government Employees Pension Fund, we did a survey amongst the top 3 government pension funds in Africa, the GPF being the largest amongst them, and we looked at the dependency of each member, so each worker represented in each of those 3 major funds on the continent, and surprisingly, to let you know that each member of the fund, each worker in the fund, roughly on average had up to 10 dependents. So that worker roughly supported 10 additional persons or dependents behind them. So if you are employing 10 workers in your organization, you are essentially looking after 100 citizens or individuals apart from the 10 workers that you have in your employ. Now, a compensation claim once paid doesn't represent the full earnings of that particular employee. It represents 75% of that particular employee's earnings. So the importance of adjudicating a claim timelessly with all the supporting information coming in on time is of critical importance. That's my story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Super. As Mr. Ganasem is preparing our next speaker, Mr. Chair, you can see Mr. Super is like a pilot. They are not like me. I go up and down. They are like, ladies and gentlemen, I want to reach over something. It's like a pilot. So when you submit your documents, do you bring your WCL1? So you are not going there to argue, no, we brought this, and it's not going to work. They are not affected by turbulences like me. You did not provide us with the WCL. We are able to process your claim. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker is Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is going to be talking about compliance or health and safety in the construction industry. Mr. Chen Naidu has also served in the past on the current construction regulations that we have 2014 technical committee, but he's also from SASO as well. So he will be talking to us about construction, safety and health, legal compliance. You are my friend, but today 20 minutes is 20 minutes. Over to you, sir.
Can you all hear me? Program Director, I'd like to also recognize the Minister, IG, colleagues from the Department of Employment and Labour, organized business. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to address you today. The construction industry, as we know it, and as our learned colleague from organized labour has articulated very well, is plagued with many challenges. And during the course of my presentation this afternoon, I'd like to propose to you, firstly, present to you some background information to sketch the picture, and then take you on a proposal on how we can shift that dial to improve performance in what is particularly a challenging sector, but a very important sector in our country. So I'm going to just take you through the global perspective and the South African perspective, the ILO Code on practice of health and safety in the construction sector, understanding the challenges we face in the construction sector, some of the consequences of non-compliance, and then a practical proposal on the way forward. So to just sketch some of the global scenario is about 2.3 million workers that succumb to occupational work-related accidents and diseases globally on an annual basis. Over 6,000 deaths every single day. Colleagues, we come to work not to die. We come to work to sell our labor for compensation. 340 million occupational accidents. Unacceptable. Global figures. 160 million victims of work-related illnesses annually. What does that say to us? There is no care. The fundamentals of something I will introduce to you later, called humanizing safety, founded on principles of care and safety, is being violated globally. Gross underreporting of occupational accidents and diseases, including fatalities, and which is giving us a false picture. Colleagues, that is representative of what is happening in our country. That's a global picture inclusive of South Africa, and we see that in the South African context. The construction industry is disproportionately represented in terms of these stats. The numbers are excessively high. As you can see, there are budgets available in the sector. There's money available in the sector. But how do we act as responsible employers and employees in executing our work in a safe manner so that we return back to our families is crucial. In a study conducted in the US on personal protective equipment non-compliance amongst construction workers, the following interesting things are important that I'd like us to take away from here. And when I talk about the global perspective, colleagues, I want you to then extract that to the South African experience and what you see happening within the South African context. Construction workers face higher risk of fatal and non-fatal injuries compared to their peers. That's talking about the South African context as well. From a PPE perspective, what we're seeing is insufficient supervision. Aren't you seeing that in the construction sector? Poor risk perception, and a result of poor risk perception, how often do you walk onto a construction site and see inadequate, inappropriate, disproportionate use of personal protective equipment? Lack of a climate-adapted PPE for usage. What is the environmental condition? How are we considering the environmental condition? How is the PPE adapted to suit that environmental condition? Inadequate safety training. This is endorsed in the construction regulations. It is endorsed in the Occupational Health and Safety Act. It is endorsed in the regulations supporting the Act. But we still see inadequate training. Therefore, our workers are exposed. Exposed workers and injured workers, colleagues in the employer sector, you will have impacted production. We need to take care of our people to ensure we sustain our operations, sustain our reputations. This is two sides of the same coin, colleagues. It works together. Lack of PPE is a primary cause of fall incidents in the construction sector. How often are we seeing incidents where there's fall-related incidents and on incident investigation? It's either the failure to use PPE, the appropriate PPE, incorrect use of PPE, because of lack of training. The role of leadership can never be underestimated, colleagues. Leadership play a critical role in shifting this dial and this culture to a safe, healthy, and environmentally sound work environment. You colleagues need to take the leadership, you employment colleagues need to take the leadership role to shift that dial. The concept of safety culture is based on two things. Let me first explain, I will deal with it later in more detail, but it's important to understand climate and culture. Climate is that immediate environment we set as leaders, the tone we set at the top in terms of compliance, in terms of care, in terms of safety. And then this is supported by the long-term culture. So that tone will influence the long-term culture. Once you influence the immediate tone, which impacts on the climate, you will have a positive long-term culture. So colleagues, remember, this is influence at all levels. Senior leadership, safety personnel, and the training that we offer to our employees. In this article, colleagues, on an analysis of safety behavior of workers under small-scale construction sites, some critical things here, which when we reflect back to the South African environment, we see how it resonates with us. 80% of construction workers were non-compliant in the study. So colleagues, when you look at construction sites, there are multiple instances of non-compliance, and that's unacceptable. Are we there? Ignorance of safety regulations. How many workers on a construction site, even if you take it to a domestic residential building, and if you take it to some of the more popular estates in Gauteng, as an example, if you just have to drive through those sites and have a look at the multiple instances of non-compliance, PPE, people even understanding the safety requirements, it is rather sad. And then you see incidents happening. And why? Because of the levels of non-compliance. Low worker knowledge and skills. We are using untrained individuals to execute high-risk work, working at heights. Are all our people trained and competent to execute that work so that their health and safety is not impacted, that they are not injured? Do they understand what PPE to use and how to use it? The do not care attitude by both employees and management. So, if you're not setting the correct tone at the top as leadership to ensure sustained business operations and the health and safety of your colleagues, your employees, they're not going to follow the process. They're going to just follow your leadership role, which is telling them and guiding them down the wrong track. Limited inspection on construction sites. We need to have an appreciation of our colleagues at the Department of Labor. There are limited resources in multiple sites. There are some notifications that have been sent to the Department of Labor. So colleagues that are employers, leaders in the construction sector, take that accountability to be a brother's keeper. Take that responsibility and lead from the front. You do not need to be inspected to ensure that you comply. It is in fact your obligation as an organization operating in this country to comply with the legislation. You do not need the stick to direct your actions. Though written health and safety policy in place, our regulation actually doesn't mandate a health and safety policy. It recommends a health and safety policy. But you need direction as leaders. You need to take that leadership role to set that tone at the top, to direct your organization, to direct your people, and this is done through a health and safety policy that sets the tone right at the top to direct the organization. Lack of appropriate personal protective equipment. Have we analyzed all the risks? Have we determined the controls? Have we considered the PPE? And remember, colleagues, and I'll reiterate, PPE is an interim measure or a measure that is put in place when we're looking at alternate engineering controls. It's a measure of last resort. It's not the first course of intervention. Workers believe that PPE is unnecessary because they do not have the appropriate risk perception. They do not understand the impact unless an incident happens, and what would have happened had the PPE been in place to prevent or mitigate the consequence of that incident. And limited hygiene practices observed on the site. if you just look at facilities on hygiene facilities on a construction site, little to none, colleagues, and the condition of some of the toilet facilities are deplorable. Would you use that as a leader of an organization, of a construction organization? How do you expect to call our people human beings and expect them to use those facilities? And therefore, when I talk about humanizing safety, it's founded on the principles of care. So from our failed stats in the construction industry, as at 21 July 2023, what we've seen is 52,000 injuries that required medical attention from the period 2016 to 2022. 52,800 odd people reported accidents. 17,000 were struck by incidents, 17,000 odd struck by incidents. These are exceptionally high numbers for this. On average, there were about 30 accidents per day. Significant. 4,000, almost 5,000 accidents resulting in permanent disabilities over that period in question. So colleagues, what we must take from this, and what is really important is the comments by the CEO of FAIR, where it was stated that workplace safety is the responsibility not only of employees, and it is a co-responsibility of employers and employees. Remember, colleagues, if you take care of your employees, and employees if you take care of your health and safety, that relationship will ensure sustained work activities, sustained production. It works in the interest of both parties. So in a study done by a local construction company in Gauteng, 3 key activities on construction sites were identified as highlights. Working at heights, and colleagues, we've seen the number of incidents, injuries, fatalities emerging from working at heights. Poor housekeeping. A basic thing like poor housekeeping can result in multiple injuries, inclusive of slips and trips. My then colleague from the department, from Labour raised that as well as incidents resulting in fires. Administrative issues insofar as a lack of record keeping. Colleagues, when we look at some of the records retained by some of our construction colleagues, it is a concern. And these include permits, training records, induction training records, safety plans. Construction site supervision is a challenge, and health and safety training. So what next, colleagues? Where do we go to from here? In terms of the ILO Code of Practice for Health and Safety, in a meeting convened in Geneva in February 2022, some key aspects came out. And I just want you, as I go through them, for you to reflect on how powerful our legislation is in this country. So, as an outcome of that process, risks liable to arise at the workplace must be eliminated, controlled, or minimized as far as possible. Section 8 of the OSHA, risk management provisions and the construction regulations, if I bring it to our sector here. Excess and unnecessary strenuous work and positions and movements must be avoided. And we talk to ergonomics and how it resonates in the construction regulation. The kind of limitation of ergonomic risks that are contemplated in construction regulation. Organization of work that takes into account health and safety of workers, echoing the sentiments of Section 8 of the OSHA, as well as the provisions of the construction regulations. Working methods in place to ensure work is done in a manner that is not harmful and impacts on employees. Biological and psychosocial risks must be considered. Critical factors covered in other regulations in the construction, biological agents regulations, hazardous chemical agents. Full compliance with safety regulations is achieved. So how do we comply with not only the Occupational Health and Safety Act, not only the construction regulations, but if you look at the construction regulations, it's constantly making reference to other regulations that are contained in the Act. So remember, you don't only look at the construction regulations, you look at the related regulations as well. as well as any other legislation that applies to you, because you're playing in a country that has legislation at national, provincial, and at local level. And all personnel are competent to conduct their work now. So often we find, when we look at training records for specific people performing specific high-risk work, that they're either expired, they're not complete, or they're not certified to perform that work. So it's things that you need to look out for. Employers need to maintain this process of consultation and cooperation with workers and their representatives concerning health and safety. Colleagues, I want to digress for a few moments because I want to talk about, and my colleague from Labour again spoke about this, the lack of use of health and safety representatives, the failure to see the importance of health and safety representatives as the representatives of employees. So there's a couple of things that I find that concern me with health and safety committees. One, they don't take place at the scheduled time that they should. One, that it becomes a sharing of health and safety information that is irrelevant to the scope of what should be discussed at that meeting. That the number of management representatives outweighs the number of health and safety representatives. So the voice of the health and safety representatives are mitigated in those meetings. And that this meeting does not really focus on critical matters. Critical matters in the interest of health and safety representatives. And do we follow the process of nomination, election of health and safety representatives as contemplated in the legislation? So those are things we need to think about, colleagues, and reflect on when we go back to our respective workplaces. And ensure that the proper processes are put in place. Because you as employers can have such valuable information that health and safety representatives are utilized for the benefit of health and safety in the proper way. Employers should take all appropriate precautions to protect persons in their work environment and ensure that the environment per se is not impacted by their activities. Employees must arrange regular work inspections. Now, when we talk about these inspections, we talk about our regulations are very good about this. We talk about the monthly inspections, but also the inspections of structures, the 6 monthly inspections, the annual inspections, to ensure the structural integrity of our structures. So the code is talking about some very important things to ensure safe construction. The identification of construction risks. Do we understand all the risks? Do we understand the control measures? Are we enforcing the control measures? Are we doing assurance in terms of the construction controls that we put in place to mitigate the risks? Do we understand governance that needs to be in place? How do we governance? When you talk about governance, we talk about our meeting structures. How do our meetings flow so that the information cascades up the organizational hierarchy so that the appropriate support can be provided by leadership to guide how we implement measures in place in the interest of health and safety? When you talk about plant and equipment, is it safe? Is it ergonomically sound? Does now that start sounding like requirements that are contemplated in construction regulations? What about housekeeping? Housekeeping is spoken about in the regulations, in the Act. So we need to ensure that we comply. Competency and supervision. Again, this is identified in the construction regulations. It is identified in supporting regulations. We need competent people to execute their work in a manner that is safe, that does not create any risk to their health and safety, neither does it create any risk to the health and safety of others who may be impacted by the nature of work they perform. So, we want competent people. People need to be trained. We need to cater for them to limit these incidents from happening. Are all incidents investigated and reported? But what more is important is once you do the investigation, colleagues, there are learnings that emerge from incidents. There are learnings that emerge from other incidents in the industry. Are we taking those learnings and embedding them in our business? How do you embed a learning? You take a learning, you review your risk assessment, and you implement revisions in terms of the risk assessment. You take the learning, you look at the controls. How do you improve the controls? You take the learning, you look at your procedures. What do we need to do in our procedures? You take the learning and look at training. What do we need to train? Who do we need to train? And on what do we need to train to shift the dial? How are we shifting the dial? fall protection and ensuring that we use appropriate material, that we use proper, skilled, trained people and proper equipment. We need to also look at how do we evacuate and stop activities in an area when we have an incident. What is our access control? What is the fire precaution? How do we know who is on that site? How do we manage the people on the site? How do we manage egress from the site? How do we improve comms? And later on, when I talk to you about some leadership traits, I'll talk to you about communication, which is critical in any organization, later on a construction organization. First aid and welfare on the facility. Yo, Mr. Mopana. And then procurement and Okay, so understanding some challenges that our industry is facing. I think very clear, weak safety culture, working at heights is a challenge, how we manage hazardous substances on the site, managing heavy equipment, structural collapses, struck-by incidents, legal appointments and legal compliance is critical, noise, vibration is critical to understand, failure to provide and enforce measures in the interest of health and safety, lack of adequate assurance, and poor health and safety specs and plans. Colleagues, in terms of health and safety plans, when you're given a specification, it's not a copy and paste from the previous site you went on. It's about being specific. I have seen health and safety plans that have been done by company X, which is sitting in company Z, with the same logos of that other company that's there. Unacceptable. Right. Non-compliance, obviously, we care for our people. We want to ensure that there's no injuries, that there's limited, that there's no diseases, that we manage workplace engagement, that there's no project delays, that we can increase assurance in terms of work activities, that there's no increased premiums because you are a non-compliant organization, that there's less business interruption because we are compliant, and that fines, penalties, and legal action are a consequence of non-compliance. How do you unlock key compliance? Is you have a compliance system in place, that you manage humanizing safety on a construction site, that you enforce measures in the interest of health and safety, that training and competency is there, that you remain up to date with legal updates and legal compliance measures that are in place, that you implement appropriate governance systems and audits. So, what does this look like? Have an appropriate sheet policy. I can't go through all of this, but ensure that critical components are covered in your sheet policy that protect employees. Have a system of excellence in construction where there's proper direction, that there's a proper policy and strategy, some targets, some fundamentals, that you take care of people, that you look at the people aspect, the tools that you put in place. What is your risk management process, incident management process, operational control, governance and assurance. How do you look at results? How do you take the results back into the organization? How do you implement additional controls to improve the position of the organization? Leadership and direction is critical. You need to have critical sheet competencies and capabilities within the organization. The climate and behavior needs to be appropriate, and there needs to be adequate combined assurance that take place within the organization. This is a basic example of some governance that needs to be in place. Have your general meetings with your town hall meetings with your people, your statutory meeting, your business meeting, your excos, and then your executive sheet that leads up to your board. Have a construction high severity incident program. Look at things like construction life saving rules, pre-task risk assessments, critical control management, how you institutionalize learning, how you embed and influence behavior, and any other construction focused areas that will improve construction safety. These are some focus areas that you can look at, which I will not cover for the purposes of this discussion. So, humanizing safety is founded on two critical values: being safe and being caring. You as leaders need to lead from that perspective. Your beliefs influence the tone that you set within the organization. You need to move from control to commitment, criticism to coaching, and correction to collaboration. Okay, I'm not going to go through all of those. Those talk about humanizing safety, but safe to say that if you want to shift the dial, you have to move from the current state of mind to the Manasseh state? How do you plan for construction inspections? Make sure that the appropriate planning is in place, that you execute it with a proper process highlighted, provide feedback on actions that need to be put in place. Okay, I just want to go to 10 effective leadership skills very quickly. There needs to be sheer commitment within the organization. There needs to be effective communication. There needs to be visibility. There needs to be effective risk management. You need to empower your people. There needs to be recognition and reinforcement. And you need to have effective decision making that influences.
I feel better putting my speakers like this. But thank you very much, Mr. Naidu. I did get permission, but today's speakers I did not ask. I did get permission from the speakers yesterday to put this on our website for a limited time. We're going to put them on PDF. Please stop copying and pasting and making it yours. If that's your information. Then the next thing will be having the 5 letters for the Sasol logo. The next speaker is Mr. Matenjwa. Mr. Matenjwa, the next speaker. That is our next speaker. Mr. Matenjwa will be focusing on the safety culture on site. Let's give him a round of applause. Unfortunately, Mr. Matenjwa, your 20 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Are you good?
Yeah.
All right. In this of time, I'm just going to talk to you briefly about how do you enhance your organization from having employees who are working safely because they have to having the kind of employees who are working safely because they want to. How do you enhance it? How do you make a paradigm shift? And how do you make them safe from the time they clock in to the time they clock out without you enforcing anything into their minds? There are so many things that I can talk about when it comes to safety culture, but today I'm just going to mention a few. Just two, actually. How to move them from, how to make them the employees that are dependent when it comes to decision making and working safely, to a group or a team that is working safely without you being involved. There is something that we need as leaders that we need to understand. They say leadership is influence. And it's very hard for us to influence others because we don't understand one simple fact. The way to a person's heart is through their heart. You have to know them and to understand them. That is why it's possible for you to lead the horse to the river. It's possible for you to actually tell the employees how to act appropriately in the workplace. But you cannot easily make them do it. So how do you make them want to? Speak to their hearts. Speak to their hearts. Speak to their hearts. Make them understand that safety is more than business, safety is personal. Which means if something happens to you at work, it is not only the business or the company that is affected. Your life, your dreams, your goals, and your family are affected. Who am I to tell you this? It is because of the change that you see right now on the screen. I've been there, ladies and gentlemen, I've done that, and I've got the t-shirts and the scars. I've realized how a workplace incident can change your life completely. In just one moment, one incident. With all the dreams and all your goals that you have for yourself, your family, and everything in your life, it just goes down the drain in just a split second. So if we had the employees that understand that you're working safely because you don't want any other to do it. You're working safely because you don't want any in this company don't want anyone to be like victims, the victims of the George collapse, then they'll understand, and you won't need to do anything else. Because they know their jobs, and they know how to do them safely. They just choose not to do them safely. And the how part, how to make them work safely, because they want to, it is because you have to make them learn from the incidents. This change that you see happened when I was working in one of the plants at the mines. It was an acid plant. The acid exploded on me, and then I got burned from my head to my feet. More than 70% of my body. Not really, it's too much. It's pretty much 100% efficient. But you know, it costed me just one moment in my incident for my dreams to go down the drain. I lost my job. I lost my self-esteem because of all. I lost friends. My family had to readjust to the new humanitarian. I lost my shelter. And until this day, because I'm spending the rest of my life talking and reading my accident, I'm a psychologist and a meditation coach. And this will happen to the colleagues, to the people that you're meeting. But there is a way of making them understand that safety is more than business, it is personal. Repeat after me, please say, safety is more than business. Safety is personal. So you see the dynamic shift that can happen to that person when they understand that learning from incidents, it means that this thing is not too far from me. You won't have to shove the object into their mouths. They'll do it for eternity. And how can teamwork happen? You know, we're always speaking about brothers and sisters keepers. And we're trying to make them do it. They need to understand one thing. You see, when the acid was burning me, I was directly opposite, my head was directly opposite the discharge line of the pump. So the acid was pumped directly to my face. Then I fell to the ground. Immediately I lost my PPE. And then I don't know what happened to the east of the pump, but what I know is this. That pump was no longer pumping the acid to the next stage of the process. It was pumping directly to me where I was on the floor. And it started eating me from my head to my feet. Right? And I lost my sight there until some time later in hospital. Now, where I'm going is this. Is that when acid burns you, the procedure says you rush to the nearest safe shower. I couldn't get to the safe shower myself because I couldn't see anymore. And how is it that I'm alive today? It is because my colleague was there to be the brother's keeper. He actually used his voice to direct me from the acid to the safety shower, ladies and gentlemen. That is why I'm alive today. And it made me realize the importance of being a brother's keeper when you're working under severe environments that you're working under. You know, just like it happened to me, it is obvious that the matter of your life and your death will not be in your hands, but in the hands of someone next to you. The matter of you being able to still provide for your family, put food on the table for them, may not be in your hands, but in the hands of someone next to you. And more importantly, we spend more than 80% of our time in the workplace anyway. You might as well be a family. Love, protect, and respect one another at all times. So this thing of being brothers and sisters keepers is something that's beyond the legislation. It is personal. And my colleagues in the workplace, the people that you're leading, are not fully aware of that. They just know it as something that is of the spirit. Repeat after repeat, say safety is more than business. Safety is personal. You know, my whole life since my accident, it gets very hard sometimes. I really run away from being too technical when it comes to health and safety because I want to fully engage with my colleagues in the workplace. Make them understand that such things can be avoided. And you don't need your supervisor, you don't need your boss, you don't need your employer for you to clock in safely and clock out safely. You just need to know why. And the most painful part is this one, ladies and gentlemen. there are so many consequences that happen to you when you're a victim of an incident. After the accident, your life will never be the same again. Your life will never be the same again. Your life will never be the same again. And it's not only the company that gets affected. It's not only you that is affected. There's also the category of people who matter to you more than you matter to yourself that are affected. And believe me, that's more painful than ever. This is my son. His name is LJ. And this boy was 11 years old on the 7th of October. And it happened for him, I will not be alive today, because before he came to this earth, I was tired enough in life such that I attempted to commit suicide. Actually, not once, not twice, not 3 times, more than 4 times. But I kept failing. Until this one morning, my ex-wife was mom at the time, woke me up and told me that we were pregnant. We were pregnant with this guy. And it was from that day I started breathing. Because it was from that day that I stopped giving up whenever life gets tough. I stopped even thinking about committing suicide whenever things get tough. So you get the reason why I'm breathing. And my colleagues in the workplace, the people that you're leading, are not aware of such importance in their lives. They forget that they're not alone when they're in the workplace. So they need such information. You don't need to struggle that much. They just need to know that safety is more than business. Safety is personal. Safety is more than business, guys. It is personal. And it is easy if you are a good leader, an effective leader, a leader who cares enough, they will understand this. Because until this day, there are so many scars. There are so many scars and pain that is impossible for me to heal. And they're not for me. They're not because of me, but they're because of my son. This boy was not even born when I was studying mechanical engineering. He was not born when I was working for different companies. He was not born when I was in hospital for 7 months. He was not born for 3 to 4 months when they were doing all these construction surgeries. But he spent his whole life explaining to people about this horrible thing that happened to his father. Meaning his whole life, my burden is his burden. And my colleagues in the workplace right now as we speak are not aware of such facts. It is a pain that is impossible for me to heal in this time. That I'm so physically distorted to the extent that my son, when we go to the airport, always the police officers to stop us. So my ID is no certificate, it's not his ID. Because they think I've stolen my biological son. It happened when I was working in the workplace. Last thing I want to say to you is this. Before you engage yourself into any model that has to do with safety culture or behavior, just think of a way of tapping into the hearts of the employees in the workplace. Then everything else will be smooth right. Believe that we will reach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matenga, to share your story. I think sometimes we speak from a point of not having been affected, and we can see the difference from those who speak from a point of having been affected. One round of applause for Mr. Matenga. Continuously share his story. And I hope that does make a difference. Mr. Melanti, one of the senior specialists in the Department of Employment and Labor, Occupational Health and Safety, from the Directorate Electrical and Mechanical Engineering, is the director responsible for that. He will be giving us his next presentation. Mr. Melanti, over to you. The 20 minutes was supposed to start. 20 minutes. Thank you. Over to you.
Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon, friends and colleagues. Good afternoon. My name is Jake Malatse. I am here to represent Directorate of Clinical Engineering. And today we're talking about the regulations, the electromechanical regulations in the space of construction. That is our table of contents. Just to tell you what our intent is in the directorate, our structure, the sets of regulations that are administered in the directorate, and how they need to be applied in the construction environment. We talk to the electrical and mechanical, talk about the EIR, which is the electrical installation regulations, and the electrical machine regulations. We also talk about the lifts that are used in the construction sites, and also the application of PER in the construction site. Then I think we would have done what we needed to do. Our strategic intent as a directorate is to ensure safety compliance of electrical and mechanical machinery through national and international standards. Our regulations in South Africa are actually national standards, but also in the regulations we do incorporate specific SABS standards. Like for instance, with regards to the EIR, we have the 0142 or 10-0142. Our function is also to develop policy and legislation relating to electrical and mechanical safety. That is how the structure is. We are lean, but we try our level best to deliver the mandate of government. We have 3 deputy directors, we call them specialists. We also have the assistants to them that are free to assist with the work of the directorate. These are the regulations that we administer. We call them EIR, and we read them as electrical installation regulations, electrical machine regulations, driven machinery regulations, general machine regulations, LAPC, which stands for Lift Accelerator regulations. We also administer the GCC and also pressure equipment regulations. And when it comes to the construction environment, before everything is done, after the client has gotten the permit, one of the things that they do is they make sure that they have what we call the temporary distribution board, so that anything that they do that needs electricity, they have access to electricity on that site. So that temporary installation, temporary distribution box or board will need to comply with the regulations. But depending on the needs on the construction site, some will have what we call a mini substation. You know what a mini substation is? Yeah, some of them, if they have a bigger demand, they will have that opt for a mini substation. They will apply to the supplier, whether ESCOM or municipality, to provide them with additional power. Then they have a mini substation. Some use generators as well. If it's a smaller site, they will use generators. As I've said, when we have a temporary distribution box, a certificate of compliance must be issued for the temporary distribution box that certifies and validates that box to be compliant. That everything in that box complies with the relevant standards. And then if it's a mini substation, a professional engineer, technologist, or technician will have to certify or write a certificate for that, because he would have designed the installation for that. He would have known what demand is needed. And then the generators, they shall ensure that there is no risk and they are properly used. As building proceeds, general supervision by the EXA professional has to happen, or an electrician registered with the Department of Employment and Labor must exercise general control on whatever installation is taking place there. EXA professional must issue design certificate, and the registered electrician must also issue COC for all installations that are taking place, depending on the size of the buildings that are there. Where there is a specialized installation or hazardous location, a master installation electrician must exercise general supervision and then issue the COCs. If there is hazardous location or specialized installations, whether the building, the site will have maybe a silo or will have chemical plants or something like that, the engineers and the electricians must ensure that the right certificates are issued in that regards. Some construction sites, for security purposes, they will erect electric fences. If there is an electric fence on a construction site, it means the electric fence installer must issue a certificate for the safety of that fence. And the fence shall comply with SANS 10223, and the energizer will then have to comply with 60335, because the energizer will supply the energy to that fence. Normally on the construction site, there are portable tools that are used, and these portable tools, sometimes they are connected to the source of electrical energy, which are incorporating an electric and earth leakage protection for them. So portable electric tools shall be fitted with a switch to allow for easy and safe starting and stopping of the tool. Every portable tool, together with its flexible cord and plugs, must be in good working order. When there is overhead lines in the vicinity, safety clearance should be observed. If there is any movement to be to happen there, either by people or by vehicles, movements must observe the safety clearance. Even when there is building of scaffoldings, the scaffoldings must observe the clearance if they are closer or in the vicinity of power lines. Also, when there is the offloading of materials, care must be taken to ensure that those vehicles that are offloading material, they don't tamper with the clearances. I nearly said they don't peter.
You were right.
You know the word peter? Nearly said peter. I don't know. That's the name of mine. Clearances are prescribed in SANS 10 to 80. Those that are my real South African, isn't it? When I say Peter. The Jewish paper says, yeah. I hope I'm doing well with my time, Mr. Program Director. You've given me very little time, but we'll see how. These are some of the lifting machinery that are very used, very much used in the construction environment. These are lifts. They will transport people. They will also sometimes transport even material or goods. In terms of the lifting regulations, there must be a permission to install for those type of lifts. Ensure that you get permission to install those. And that permission, we get them by the provincial offices. Submit the correct annexure, which is annexure 1 in this instance. And then, when our officers acknowledge receipt, they will then issue a letter in that regard. After the completion, then you need to submit Annexure B, which means there's a comprehensive report that talks about now the ready for use. And then the inspector may go and verify the installation, and the certificate then is issued for the use of that particular lift. Design and construction. The lift escalator installed in a fire or explosive area must comply with regulation 4 and 3, section 3 and 4. And the electrical components of lifts installed in hazardous locations must also comply with the electrical machinery regulation 8. The AIAs for the lifts must also ensure that the lifts are inspected properly and provide a report in that regard. And for the maintenance of these lifts, a competent lift service provider will have to ensure that on a regular basis they are maintained. Revenue Machine Regulations 3 says if there are revolving machinery in the construction site, it's important that we ensure that there is appropriate and proper machine guarding in this regard. And then where there is aircons and refrigeration installations in the on site, they have to comply with 10.147 for the construction of that installation, for the construction of the air conditioning installation, and also for the operation and the inspection of that. And the people that performs the installation, they should be what we call authorized persons, registered with SAQCC gas, who then certify the installation for aircon and refrigeration to be safe and also to be in compliance. Lifting machineries. These are the types of lifting machineries that are used: mobile cranes. This machinery also needs to be inspected and tested by what we call the LMEs. And also some other type of inspections is when they do non-destructive testing. Non-destructive testing, they would either use lasers or use X-rays for the booms. These are the tower cranes. These tower cranes used to be killers in the past. We used to have incidents related to this tower crane until we have introduced the LMPs and LMIs for the inspections and tests of these tower cranes. They used to fall because there was no proper maintenance and inspection and tests for this equipment. Ropes, brakes, and safety devices must be examined by a competent person every 6 months. There's a need for keeping the documentation for this equipment, and they must be registered, and the register must be kept on the premise. You can't say that the documentation is at head office. They must be very close to the equipment that is on site. User or lists lifting machinery or hand-powered lifting devices shall keep copies of the performance tests and service records not older than 12 months. Full service history must be kept for 10 years. So if you are responsible for that site, you must be able to keep those records. And upon request by an inspector, you need to be able to produce those records. DMR approvals, training providers for operators. These lifting machines are operated or should be operated by operators who knows what they do. You know, about maybe 10 years or so, there was a crane that was brought to Kusile power station, and that was a huge lifting machinery brought from Germany. It was operated by an engineer with a degree. So you can see that these machines can be dangerous if they are not operated by trained and qualified people. Therefore, training providers must actually train and make sure that the operators are trained. And then, no person can be moved or be supported by the lifting machinery unless the design and the manufacture of such a lifting machinery is in line with the SAPS standards. Or, in the case of man cages, they shall obtain approval by our inspectors in the provinces. These are the type of man cages that you will see in the construction site. I've spoken to the training providers. We've got what we call a code of practice for operators. It says training providers will be approved or accredited by the TITA. And after accreditation, they will then be approved by the Department of Labor. The Chief Inspector will then append his signature on the certificate of the training provider, which is accredited by the TITA. Now we're drawing towards the end. If there is any pneumatic tools or compressors that are used on site, on the construction site, they also have to be in compliance with standards. Ensure that the equipment is safe and without risk to the people and they are properly used. If there's a need for a compressor to be categorized, the compressor will then be categorized in terms of SANS 347. Also, fire extinguishers in terms of SANS 1475 will have to be serviced by a permit holder. Permit holder will have authorized persons that are trained to service these fire extinguishers. Therefore, it's very, very important that they are trained and they do service correctly these fire extinguishers at outside. And I think what thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We are left with 2 speakers, so please, you can go home if you don't want. I'm very simple. You say go, you go out. You let us know who you are, we put it as such on the register. I told you. So we've got 2 speakers and we're going to listen to them. And why is it critical that you listen to them? We got FEMA sponsoring a big venue tomorrow. And I can ask Dr. Manu to come and give us the presentation. It's quite critical that we listen to these speakers because there is information that I'm going to need. Let me not waste time. Dr. Manu, please come and give your address. It will be followed by Sayos, Mr. Roki afterwards. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, Moreni, Sanbonani, all protocols observed. So my presentation is to speak a bit about AFM and what we do from a workers' compensation insurance perspective. So we operate under the license of the Department of Employment and Labour. We've been in existence since 1936, so maybe I can check how many of delegates here are registered with AFM. Maybe put your hands up. Okay. So definitely we need to do a lot more in terms of increasing the number of employees that we do cover AFM. But we cover just over 300,000 employees in the construction industry. The balance of employees are registered with the compensation fund. So at AFM, we care about the quality of life of injured workers and their dependents, and we champion health and safety for the benefit of the construction industry and for society. So when you talk about the industry at large, I mean, definitely a very risky environment that we operate under, and we're clear when we talk about prevention. So prevention is not about regulations, I think. Prevention is about saving people's lives to ensure that they go back to their homes after days work. But if you look at it in terms of a historic perspective, from 2000 up until 2022, 1,659 employees in construction were killed. That's an average of 72 fatalities per year within the construction industry. When you look at it from the cause of accidents for we have on 2014 up until 2023, and you can see on average as well the high number of fatalities, the fatal incidents that we've been insured. The cost, the change in the Coin Amendment Act will be quite serious in terms of Schedule 4, where the minimum compensation for permanent disability, where there's a 1% severity, will now incur a cost of 103,000 and loss of payment. That's very costly when you're talking about insurance. So what we do, we also have a number of other initiatives aimed at the health and safety practitioners. What we found, we have a military-based methodology at AFM, so we do incentivize the employees who are registered with AFM. Over a period of about 10 years, we replowed just over 3 billion rands back to the construction industry. Right? So that's massive impetus for them to work safe. We do loan employees as well, where there's a high loss ratio. So of course, if there's high claims experience, high number of fatalities, we do loaded employees, tariff rates up to 100% as well. But what we thought as well is how do we start influencing health and safety behavior of the construction employee. So one of the initiatives that we'll be rolling out is called the FEM Prevention Program. We just sent to RFP as well. What we were trying to do is we have the list of all the employees at FEM, where we know that over the 5-year period, probably 4 or 5 of them are in the top 10 employees with the highest number of claims, highest number of fatalities, highest number of disabilities. There was one employer since 2013, they had 8 fatalities. Right? So this program that we're going to be launching is going to be a very simple, a very basic e-learning program where construction worker from these employers will go to compete. And what's the incentive? Right? So if they complete this e-learning, they will then be incentivized by either laptop or airtime to value for 100 rand. And what we want to do thereafter, they will be signing a pledge as well. The thing that we're going to be centering the e-learning around is going to be around struck-by incidents, where we find that 33% of all incidents or cause of accidents are as a result of struck-by. So they will be signing a pledge as well. But it's not going to stop yet, it's going to be beyond that. So how do we keep in contact with construction employees in the country, via WhatsApp, via SMS, etc. So this will be quite an innovative program that will be launched for the benefit of improving health and safety compliance with construction. The statistics that you have seen that are presented will be going a bit quicker, but in essence, when we look at it also from a lagging indicator perspective, we know that the majority of all the fatalities in construction are as a result of motor vehicle accidents. So we find that probably between 55 and 60% of all fatalities are as a result of motor vehicle accidents. So we started going into a bit more detail to see, we've got the statistics and we present this at all of the conferences as well, but what we want to do is go into a bit more descriptive outcomes of how these accidents occur as well, right? So we started going into these claim forms, looking at the gender, for example, that our colleague from ILO, Naomi, mentioned that the majority of the employees in construction are males, and you can see here clearly, of course, from an MBA fatality perspective, 91% of all the fatalities as a result of vehicle accidents are men. When we talk about the age factor as well, and it doesn't necessarily only apply to motor vehicle accidents, it also applies to other categories as well, where we find that employees are much younger who are dying, right? So between the ages of 20 to 30 and from 30 to 40 as well. So that's a good indication that there's definitely a lack of understanding in terms of health and safety compliance on the construction side. So you can see the majority of the individuals are between the ages of 31 to 35 who died as a result of motor vehicle accidents. Crash types, majority as a result of head-on collisions. When you talk about crashes today, that's at the time of the day, it's majority occurring in the morning. And when you talk about, when we engage with the policy holders in construction, they would indicate that the majority of the employees have been transported site to site. There was an incident about 2 months ago where about 10 employees in construction were killed in a bus accident, and those individuals will be transported about 500 meters from one side to another. So there's definitely driver fatigue, which is something that we're trying to promote and trying to create an awareness amongst our policyholders as well. Driver's distraction is definitely another issue as well. When you talk to our colleague Julian from the Compensation Fund spoke about Section 89, and when we talk about Section 89, so in essence what it means is if you have a subcontractor, or as a main contractor, if you contract a subcontractor, and those employees, or the subcontractor has a letter of understanding, these employees, if they are injured, will then be covered by the subcontractor's policy. If that subcontractor is not registered for workers' compensation, then those employees will be deemed that of the main contractor. So, a loss ratio perspective, the potential of loadings, etc., that becomes much more complicated to try and monitor the health and safety for your subcontractor. And you will also find that it becomes much more complicated as well when you have a subcontractor who does employ another subcontractor. We have seen instances where there have been claims that have been submitted. In terms of a case study, so it will be quite interesting to note as well that this was a 34-year-old general worker, and when you talk about the stories, we talk about the statistics, 40 to 50 people dying per year. When we engage with the pensioners as well, you can see the dire straits and the desperation that comes across. Right? It's a very massive impact on their mental health. And there was one incident that we were talking about the other day where a quadriplegic, right, this young individual became quadriplegic, right? And what when they were going to rehabilitation, they were actually trying to chew the radio cable cord to commit suicide, right? So that shows you how desperate and how severe the consequences of incidents that take place there. And look at this 34-year-old general worker, and not necessarily talking about the claim cost, we're talking about the impact that it's had on this individual's life as well, right? So you can see an employee who's dismantling scaffolding, moving the beams, and when the structure, of course, this individual fell from height and severe injuries. He spent 5 months in ICU on rehabilitation now, and he's a quadriplegic, right? So in the time of his life, unfortunately, he can't be cared by his family as well, right? So he's going to have to then require permanent nursing care, which we do provide from the FDM perspective. Okay, some of the initiatives that we've been rolling out as FDM as well, we do take health and safety very seriously as a workman's compensation insurer provider, but we do have grants that we pay through to various industry bodies, which total millions of pounds on an annual basis. We look at them as our partners in terms of promoting health and safety. We've launched our health and safety mentorship program. We've also engaged our industry bodies, and 134 SMEs are being trained in this program. So the outcomes, which is what we're trying to monitor as well, is definitely very positive. We're seeing an improvement in terms of health and safety compliance. We then engage with the IWH, the Institute for Work at Heights. We rolled out the laboratory program, where we trained over 900 employees. It was called the Training Project as well. The campaign is Zero is No Accident. And we do believe, and we have the statistics as well, that many employees in construction who have had 0 accidents over a period of time. So 0 accidents is very possible. It may be a myth to some, but we can see, we have the statistics to prove that there are many employees who are working safely. We then launched our Health and Safety magazine. We then looked at the accident trends. We have advanced information. We're trying to go into a bit more detail to get some details so that we can start disseminating information to the construction industry and to other employees as well. We then host our webinars and conferences. We recently held in September, and the theme of this year's September conference was the prevention of motor vehicle accidents and also addressing mental health. So mental health is a massive issue within the construction industry. If you look at it globally as well, in developed countries, majority of the fatalities in the industries is from the construction industry, right? So unfortunately at this stage, we don't have the statistics from South Africa. We are working with universities as well. We had Dr. Rahile, who presented on behalf of the Nelson Mandela University, and definitely some of the insights provided showed that there's a level of altruism in construction. So we have individuals who don't want to speak about the stresses that they go through. When we engage with employers in construction, we know it's dire straits, right? I mean, you take work, some of the employers or contractors are not even earning a profit, right? They're just taking on work to keep the employees and allowing them to get paid as well. So some of them are taking on second jobs in their homes just to keep their businesses afloat, and so that's definitely the major concern that are facing contractors and affecting mental health. Right? So we then have the FDM Health and Safety Think Tank Committee. We have professors from all of the top universities in the country, top leading professors themselves as well, and they provide us with input into the health and safety strategy and the studies that will be conducted as well. So when I spoke about zero accidents, we do have employers, so how do we then do studies of those employers to see what they are doing right, so that we can then share the information with the rest of the industry as well. Okay? The FDM organized Labor Health and Safety Committee, so we're very proud we started this committee at the end of August, and this was something that has also been thought of for quite some time. We then have representatives from NUM, COSATU, AMCO as well, and PEDUSA on this. What we're trying to do as well, what we're trying to say is that we're trying to influence the health area of the construction. Right, so you can see how many incidents are as a result of struck by or motor vehicle accidents, or how many incidents, or how many employees have been injured as a result of slip and overexertion, how many employees have injured ankles, which part of their bodies, whether it's eyes, arms, you can then start implementing strategies in terms of preventing those. So I'd like to share the story. So Zamo's rehabilitation journey. And so we go over and above. So when we talk about health and safety, it's not just health and safety, it's also other different disciplines as well, talking about upskilling and reskilling. And from an FEM perspective, we have an EAP program, so all the children of our pensioners, we pay for their school fees. And so we go over and above. Where we have pensioners, we started another program as well. We visited them, and unfortunately, for example, if you visit a pensioner as a quadriplegic or paraplegic, we have to look after the individual until the day they pass away. So we have a wheelchair, but we found that we were replacing those wheelchairs every 2 years instead of 5 years. So when you go and visit the homes in the rural areas, you will find that there's no gap, right? So what we then started doing, we started engaging with different service providers, and we started building homes for the pensioners as well, right? So we went over and above. So a lot of the statistics, a lot of what you do as health and safety practitioners goes a long way, but then also what do we do as a quality insurer to then support the pensioners. But we also have an upskilling and reskilling program where we find that pensioners are struggling financially, and what we're trying to do is then try and upskill them and reskill them in another career path. So this is in Zamo's journey, and for example, in this particular case where we identified him, he was quite eager to participate again in the economy. We reskilled him, he went for a photography course, he now is a photographer. In fact, I was saying to him at the conference, he was a photographer there, and he's earning an income to supplement his current pension as well. So how do we encourage those pensions to become participants in the economy as well? Okay, and that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Our last speaker is Mr. Ronke. If you can come stay, we want to quickly wrap up so that we can finalize this. Ladies and gentlemen, the decision why we have to do this. Yesterday, you made a complaint that you want to engage as a citizen. And I said, we'll try and come here so that we wrap up everything. After lunch, you engage with SSPCP while we separate the room so that we have our own internal meetings. And now, when the program is running like this, you're going, but it's okay. Sometimes when you are leading people, don't expect everyone to love you. I will remain with the 66%. The 33, really, I can't cater for you. Over to you, Mr. Nuki.
Thank you, Program Director, Mr. Bakwa. All protocols observed. I think my only saving grace for this graveyard shift is the threat made by Mr. Bakwa to threaten you with death, I think, or injury maybe, that you cannot go for lunch until you are forced to listen to. But I think the other saving grace is that SIOSH, as a SACWA recognized professional body, has also CPD verified this conference. SIOSH registered professional members. You can claim 5 CPD points after enduring this late session as well. So I was asked by the department, and thank you for the invitation, to briefly touch on SACWA recognized professional bodies and SACWA recognized professional, or rather registered professional designations in the construction built environment. I'll touch on a broad overview, and then I actually put my pilot cap on and fly through this presentation and get to the point closer to your setup, I can only imagine. Dr. Bruno, I see you did do a survey to ask whose policy holders. Maybe I can do a survey and say whose SIOSH members here this afternoon. Oh wow, you turned up, great. You will see your designation, professional designation here. Also the other built environment professional designations you will see in there. So there we go. Where does it originate from? What legislation tells you that there must be, or that SACWA must recognize professional bodies? It's simple. It's in the National Qualifications Framework Act 67 of 2000, and it talks about Section 13 that SACWA is responsible to develop a policy and a criteria for the professional recognition of designations and professional bodies. So that's where it comes from. It's not just a body or SACWA that decided to regular, register or recognize professional bodies and designations. In terms of that act, professional body is defined. A SACWA recognized professional body is defined. It means a body of experts, practitioners in a certain occupational field. There are various here today, I imagine, occupational health and safety, engineering, and all different other professionals within the built environment. There are two types of SACWA recognized professional bodies, very important to know this. There are statutory bodies and there are non-statutory bodies. Both of them can be and are recognized by SACWA as professional bodies. Certain criteria obviously have to comply with. Interesting to note, if you go to the SACWA website now and you search professional bodies, you will find that there are 16 SACWA recognized professional statutory bodies and 100 non-statutory bodies. Basically, they do the same function, except the statutory body is established by, in terms of the Parliament, Act of Parliament, and then to recognise professional designations, a registered professionally, code of conduct, discipline procedure, etc. And a non-statutory body does exactly the same function, but it's voluntary to join and get yourself subjected to professional registration. So the other component we're looking at is obviously professional designations. And what is a professional designation? It means it's a title or a status conferred by a professional body in recognition of a person's expertise and the right to practice in a certain occupational field. I'm just quoting out of the NQF Act. So 16 statutory bodies recognized by SACWA, and then 100 voluntary association bodies. They all have to go through the same criteria. I'm not going to list the whole criteria. Basically, there has to be a legitimate organization. What is important there is to know that to be able to become a professional body, you have to be legally constituted. Another important item is that you must have the necessary human resources, premises, financial resources to act as a professional. And there's quite a complex of criteria before you can become a recognized professional body. And the same apply then when a professional body wants to apply for the designations, the professional designations to be registered. There's a certain amount of criteria or a certain list of criteria that have to be submitted for these designations. Two most important ones, there must be specified qualifications, a qualification for the designation, and a specified number of years of practical experience. There are other requirements as well. It must be linked to CPD, it must be recognition of prior learning must be given. But that is what the criteria is if a professional body wants to have their designations professionally registered on the NQF. So we got these 16 SACWA recognized professional bodies, which is statutory bodies, and 100 which is non-statutory bodies. So what is the purpose then of professional bodies and designations? First and foremost is to advance, it's in terms of SACWA, it's to advance the NQF, otherwise to advance registered qualifications. This promote the public understanding and trust in that particular profession. Promote the profession as a professional career, enables social responsibility and accountability and pride in that specific profession, protect the public from malpractice within the profession, and promote continuous professional development in that particular profession. Whether it's in occupational health and safety or in engineering, and you'll see now, I'll list the councils that falls under the CBE. So then there are the composition of the CBE, and I believe there was a speaker yesterday from the CBE. There are 6 statutory councils that make up or sits under the Council for the Built Environment. There are the Engineering Council of South Africa, the Council for the Architecture Profession, the Council for the Property Valuators Profession, the Council for Quantity Surveying Profession, the Council for Landscape Architecture Profession, and I think the one more applicable to this delegation here this afternoon is the South African Council for the Project Construction Management Profession. The acronym that everyone knows how to say, the SACP-CMP. Right. So if you then go to the SACWA website, just to show you that I'm not talking nonsense, if you go to the SACWA website and search those statutory councils, you will see that they are all recognized by SACWA as a professional body and their designations are registered. I'll just flip through them quickly. There's an example, the Engineering Council of South Africa. There's the professional body number. It will show there in the right-hand column if the body is still recognized, because the recognition period is for 5 years. In this case, you can see that the Engineering Council of South Africa is still recognized as a professional body until 2027. And there's the list of their designated professional designations. All professional bodies that are registered recognized by SACWA is listed up there on their website. And interesting to note that little code or the ID next to the professional designations, you can go and click on to see what is the minimum qualifications required for the designation and the minimum experience for the designation. So we're all familiar with the professional engineer right down to, and I think for our purpose also the registered lift inspector, which operates in the OHS sphere, and also the professional lifting machinery inspector, which is common to the health and safety field. Same applies to the Council for the Architectural Profession, registered ID, expiry date, and the professional designations are listed there. A professional body is not limited to the number of professional designations that they have. It depends on the profession that they're in. They're entitled to register more than one professional designation. Same for the property valuers profession, registered ID designations are there. The quantity surveying profession is there, the architectural profession is there. Quite a number of professional designations registered in the architectural profession. You can see they're listed there. And then the one, again, I'm just highlighting one which is more closer to this delegation or this the group here today, attending this conference, the SACP-CMP, and more particular, the 3 designations that's registered on the SACWA NQF, which is the ones that you're all familiar with: the Construction Health and Safety Officer, the Construction Health and Safety Manager, and the PRCHH agent. So often, SIOS is a professional body which is also SACWA recognized, and I'll show you where we fit in and where voluntary associations fit in under the councils. We get asked, what piece of legislation say that I must be registered in one of these designations before I can practice as a construction project manager or a professional construction manager or a construction manager or any one of those safety designations. The first place you'll find it is under the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. The Project and Construction Management Act, Section 18, you'll find it there. If you haven't looked it up yet, I'm sure you can do that and have a look. So Section 18 of the PCMP Act, not the SACP-CMP Act, the PCMP Act, defines the categories that a person has to be registered in order to, if you look at item 2, that a person may not practice in any of these categories contemplated above, and yes, he or she is registered in that category. So you will see that the categories were listed in 2000 when this act was promulgated: the construction manager, the construction project manager, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, and obviously the candidates, but you won't see the construction health and safety officer designation, the CHS designations, because it made provision in sub-regulation C that in terms of the act, SACP-CMP can specify other categories at the later stage. We all know that the 3 safety designations came, please help me out, the registrar, I think about 2012, 2013, the safety designations were added. The other place where you will find the safety professional designations in terms of the SACP designations specified, not directly but indirectly, is in terms of the Department of Employment and Labour's the Occupational Health and Safety Act. We're all familiar with this, Construction Regulations 2014. 5 speaks to the duties of the client, and where an agent needs to be appointed, such agent, the client has got a duty on that client to say that one of the things is that that agent must be registered with the statutory body as approved by the Chief Inspector. Now this was done back sometime 2012, 2013, where the SACP-CMP and its designations has been approved by the Department of Employment as later. So that's the reference you make. And the same applies to the Construction Health and Safety Officer. The duty is placed on the contractor, that where a contractor appoints, and when a contractor has to appoint a construction health and safety officer, the same applies. Such person that is appointed must be registered with the statutory body as appointed by the Chief Inspector. Same applies as above. That has been done by the Department of Labour and the SACP. So just to go quickly back to the 6 councils. So another requirement that each of the acts under which those statutory councils are enacted is that they have to recognise voluntary associations. Now, I've already explained to you the difference between a statutory body and a non-statutory body, which the voluntary associations fall under. Same requirements to be professionally registered as a statutory body, and now it speaks to the various statutory bodies that they have to recognise voluntary associations. I'm not going to go through the whole list, let's just jump down to the bottom one, which we're all familiar with, the SACP, and we will see that in terms of the BCMP Act 2000, again, Section 20, the SACP, like the other professional councils or statutory councils, have to appoint voluntary associations to talk with, to engage with. In fact, there's quite a long list in terms of this Act. It says that not only must you recognise voluntary associations, you must, in terms of those following sections, consult with them with regards to the nomination of their council members, regarding the determination of competency standards and registration. Now, just to give you an example, SIOS is a recognised voluntary association of the SACP, where they recently changed the criteria for the determination for the competencies and standards for designations. They had to consult with their voluntary associations, and we sent it to our members for comments, for public comment, to say we for it or against it, or still high or still low. Other consultation that the statutory bodies will have to do, or the SACP in this case have to do with the voluntary associations, is determining the continuous professional development requirements. That policy also changed recently, and the SIOS members were informed by SIOS to comment if there's any proposals for changes. The identification of work, the drafting of the code of practice, and the determination of professional fees. We heard this previous speaker this morning talking about professional fees. So this is where the South African Institute of Occupational Safety and Health fits in. We are independent, professional, recognised professional body on our own. We are SACPA, we a SACP registered voluntary association. And just like the other statutory bodies, we are also SACPA recognised with our ID, with our 3 professional designations, which is technical member, graduate member, and chartered member, with the designations registered, minimum competency, minimum practical experience required, and our expiry dates. I'm pleased to say that we're in our 5th year cycle as being a professional body, only expiring in 2028. So then just the question might be asked, well, if I have to be registered with the SACP to practice in construction, just remember that SIOS is not a professional body just for construction health and safety, it's for general health and safety, including construction. So we have registered since our inception in 2010, over 20,000 professionally registered health and safety practitioners, mining, maritime, engineering, construction, you name it. Whilst a professional body, which is a statutory body, like a council, only obligated to do one thing, and I say this respect to my council bodies, SACPA recognised professional council bodies, which is SACPA professional registration. That's what you must do as a professional body, as a council. A voluntary association will not get away by gathering members and maintaining members and be a recognised voluntary association of statutory councils if you don't provide service and benefits. And I'm not going to go through the dollars and benefits, but SIOS, I can speak on behalf of SIOS because I'm the executive officer of SIOS. We have a whole number of lists of benefits that keeps the occupational health and safety professional informed, whether you're in construction or not. Amongst those things are regular sick leave, provisional hours workshops that we offer to our members free of charge. We've got, as soon as there's new legislation out, we send that through to our members. We've got free subscription to the Leadership magazine in South Africa, online CPD and profile updates, annual International Health and Safety Conference, regular updates on newsletters, and a very active career portal. If you're in this field of occupational health and safety, you would like to know advertised positions, or obviously also if you're looking for positions. In addition, as a voluntary association, we also offer students a Student of the Year award every year with a financial award. We offer a Person of the Year, OHS Person of the Year with a financial award, and we give out annually bursaries for students to complete a formal qualification in occupational health and safety. And possibly the most biggest benefit of belonging to a voluntary association like SARS is that we act as a lobby group on behalf of our members. A good example is when new legislation are promulgated. For example, the bill, which has been already the OHS bill, which has already been sent for circulation. SIOS will take active lead on behalf of the members by forming a technical committee with experts on the technical committee, including OHS advocates, specialists in the field, to comment on the draft legislation on behalf of its members. Possibly the most valuable benefit that you will get belonging to a professional body like SARS. And I think in conclusion, to summarize it, and this was just coincidence that Dr. Mulu was the previous speaker. It wasn't planned like that. In fact, I wasn't last in the program. Thanks, Mr. Carlson, for putting me last because I was hungry. But our current president of SIOS is Dr. Mulu, and I think to summarize what SIOS is and what we do, is to quote him from his last annual report. And Dr. Mulu, I hope you don't mind me quoting you. He says, membership with SIOS is the right choice. Well, that's the first correct indication there, because it's not a compulsory statutory. It's your choice whether you want to belong to this golf club or bowling club or this professional body SIOS. So membership with SIOS is the right choice. You'll be part of South Africa's largest and only SAC-recognized voluntary and regulatory OHS professional body that will constantly keep you informed and updated on the latest developments in the field of occupational health and safety. I thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, in government protocol, when a function is opened by an official, a senior official is also closed by a senior official, and this is going to take just 5 minutes of promise. Now, I'm making an announcement, meaning that I'm not coming back here because the Inspector General has to close. Now, listen carefully. Listen carefully. Now, when we go out of here, you are going to have lunch. Now, there are those who are supposed to come back from the Department of Employment and Labor. They know themselves. That's the management, the EXCO, the IES EXCO. You are supposed to come back. You will be having your site here because we are going to divide here. And then this site is going to be used by SSPCMP. They've got their help desk. They will be helping you there. The presentations that you saw, we are going to put them on our website in PDF. And then the next thing, we are expecting your questions regarding what was happening here, so that we can package and do all the response and also put them on the website. Now your question should go to Mr. Derek Claassen, the one who confirmed your invitation when you came here. So from me, if I've stepped on your toes, the likelihood is that I'll do it again. But I won't be doing it on purpose. I'm sorry. I'm yours to live together. Thank you very much. I'm not coming back.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm on a right of the protocol that was established earlier. I just want to take this time to appreciate everybody's made an effort to come, not only to listen, but also to interact. I believe that with each opportunity that you get to meet somebody who's new, you are likely to learn something new. And to our stakeholders, we are family, effectively. I mean, we are one big occupational health and safety family. We come in all sorts of sizes, colors, shapes, but you all bring in something on the table. The Department of Labor and Government of Labor, we know that on our own, there isn't anything much that we can achieve. This thing was reiterated over and over again. I think we've done enough listening for the day. I'm not gonna bombard you with more things. Mine is just to come here and to say, thank you very much. Let's change the landscape of occupational health and safety in the country. The indictment will be on all of us. Each and every one of us has got a role to play. Be your brother's keeper. Be that person that's going to say something about issues of health and safety. Let it be a culture. Something that you do quite frequently becomes a habit. And it can graduate from a habit to becoming a culture. So that said, the minister has given us an assignment, colleagues, I'm announcing it now, that we must make April month an OHS month, and she'd like to see the involvement of all the stakeholders and role players in the industry. So watch this space. We are going to be needing you to join the train. So allow me therefore to say, may the good Lord bless you and keep you. May you be protected wherever you are going, near and far, and God willing, we'll see each other again next year. Probably same place, probably not, and probably same time around next year, and hopefully a different program director, so that you don't get our toes stepped on delivering. He declared that it was delivering. Lunch is served, enjoy, and those that need to come back, please chew your sorrow later. The conference is closed.
Room 533, your key.